So as part of the security, peace and security specialization track for the master, we have a course on foreign and security policy, which I run together with Miro Lajčák, a special representative of the EEAS, as well as a number of guest speakers like Robert Cooper and Arantxa Gonzalez. It wasn't by design that we would have a class on Russia the day after Russian forces entered the Luhansk and Donetsk, but it shows the topicality and policy relevance of the work we do. The students are extremely engaged and at some level also passionate about these issues. So it is almost a question of steering the conversation rather than somehow providing them with information. It is about providing policy documents of the sorts that they will find themselves dealing with when they enter a professional career in the future. So, in the security area, we are having a number of activities focusing on diplomats and civil servants in the area of foreign and security policy. Particularly, we are running an executive training seminar on restrictive measures and the EU roles in that, and this is precisely very topical under the circumstances. It will start on the 22nd of April, and we are doing this in partnership with the Council of the European Union and the European Court of Justice, so it could not get more hands-on than that.
Vaccine and class 1 recognized.
My name is Anastasia. I'm from St. Petersburg, Russia. My background is actually in business management, so I'm kind of different from most of the people here because they have like a background in political science, IR, essentially. So for me, it's kind of a big challenge, to start, my master's in political science last year and to continue here. But it's super interesting. I like the challenge. Yeah, it's wonderful. My university, European University in St. Petersburg, they just signed this year the partnership contract with EUI. And so as soon as I received this notification that there is an opportunity to study at EY for a semester in Florence, I checked the university, I realized how renowned it actually is. And I just thought, wow, I cannot miss on that opportunity, So I just immediately applied. It took me maybe a week to prepare all the motivation letters, all the documentation and things like that.
My name is Pascal Imhoff. I'm a Swiss. I'm here in exchange for 1 semester. I'm doing my master degree at the Graduate Institute in Geneva. And yes, my interest is more in international law. So it was nice also to come here to have other perspectives of international, transnational affairs. This is a bit of an anecdote, but back in 2019, I had the chance to attend this talk given by Alex Chubb back in Geneva about the place of Europe in the world nowadays. And yeah, I thought this guy seems really interesting. I should dig a bit deeper about him. And I saw he was going to be the new director of the SDG. And then I got selected for my master degree at the Graduate Institute in Geneva, and I was very interested in doing an exchange. So I looked at the partnership and I saw there was this new partnership between the graduate and EUI and with the SDG, and I thought, yeah, this is definitely a good opportunity.
My university has a bit of a different approach to teaching than SDG, and I really like it here because I've been missing those group projects, tasks during the class, this kind of work, the things that you have to really, think through, challenge yourself, brainstorm, spend time on that, like this disinformation debate essentially, which we had today morning, and the presentation that we had today. It's kind of a bit intense, it might feel like that, but at the same time, when you've done this, you feel so good with yourself and what you've learned. And maybe in a small scale, it's not easily distinguishable and seen, but in the long term, you realize how many new skills you are actually learning. So at SDG, I feel like it's not just about learning a specific amount of knowledge or some certain skills. It's also about having your skills applied to a different perspective and learning based on those skills.
I was really thankful to come here, and everything is going well. Not only in terms of the classes I'm attending, I think the topics that are talked about here are very, very current, actual. They really matters. I can feel also that The professors obviously have a very good level of expertise. I was just this morning having this presentation and debate with Madeleine de Coq, who's an expert regarding the governance of technologies.
And at the same time, another thing that I like about STG classes is that discussions are an essential part of the classes. So, and the things that I learn from my peers, from my fellow students, they're so insightful, so knowledgeable, so smart, and like just listening to them, I'm actually learning too. So it's not just learning from the professor and what they have to say. It's always, like contesting, challenging a lot of concepts, a lot of ideas, exchanging those views. This is, I think, it's imperative for development for any person, like professionally, but especially for political scientists, the future, policymakers, workers, and things like that.
大家好，我的名字叫做吴思萌，我现在在意大利的佛罗伦萨 EUI 的跨国治理学院就读于研究生项目。我们这一个项目有来自全球各个国家的同学们，我们一起来到意大利，然后我们将会一起探讨和研究研究和学习如何制定一些更好的跨国的国际政策。因为在佛罗伦萨的市中心，所以我们离佛罗伦萨的大教堂只有不到10分钟的步行距离。这里的生活，这里的人都充满了文艺的气息。除了繁忙的学业以外，我们还能够很好的享受佛罗伦萨这一座艺术的城市。让我觉得在 STG 学习最开心的一件事情就是我身边有来自世界各个角落的同学，让我觉得我不仅是在学习，同时是在一个非常国际化、多元化的环境当中成长。
Okay, there's that back to school moment, and then there's that back to school moment. We have all the fellows, new master students, new building, new professors. What does it feel like?
It's exhilarating. I mean, some of us have been picturing this in our heads for about a couple of years. Now we have them flesh and blood here with us.
You guys should join us. This is probably the best place to learn about transnational companies.
What if we could make the European Union better?
What if the Conference on the Future of Europe enables the EU to expand beyond its current 27 member states?
What if the European economy could only be fueled by sustainable and domestically produced energy?
What if European citizens who moved from one member state to another could easily cast their votes in European and local elections where they actually live?
What if European Union becomes a real player in the digital world?
What if we didn't have the euro today?
What if all girls, queer and people of color had exactly the same chances to become European leaders as white men?
What if the EU becomes a leading mediator in resolving conflicts throughout the world?
What if we could travel from Sofia to Florence in a quick and sustainable way?
What if the EU was able to channel the lessons from the experiences in participatory democracy from around the world at the local and national level?
What if Europe was a solidaristic community of citizens willing to share risks and opportunities among each other?
What if all refugees could be welcomed with open arms?
What if EU member states speak with one voice in security and defense policy matters?
What if we stopped using trade agreements to pursue improvements in labor standards in partner countries?
As academics, Our role in making the European Union better is to distill sound proposals from scientific evidence and to try to make the future more predictable for policymakers and citizens alike by comparing behavior, processes, and institutions.
We are contributing to the Conference on the Future of Europe, an initiative of the European institutions, with 300 publications and 30 webinar recordings that cover crucial topics such as democracy, climate change, citizenship, trade, and many more. We support policymakers and citizens in the process of reinventing Europe by providing fundamental research and evaluating possible policy agendas.
Find out more on our website and join the debate on social media.
It's a very interesting democratic experiment, the first of its kind at the level of the European Union. 200 citizens randomly selected throughout the 27 member states. They are going to discuss on the future of Europe and express their opinions about what the future of Europe should be.
Citizens, what they are doing now here is to formulate recommendations for the conference. Recommendations on European democracy and recommendations on values and the rule of law in the European Union. So there are two key issues: how it works or doesn't work the European democracy, how we do we need to reform the European democracy, what to do with situations like in Poland and Hungary. All this is debated now by the citizens.
It's very exciting because what we are already witnessing with their orientations from the last session is that there's a lot of democratic imagination. They're coming up with all sorts of proposals that are important for the EU about non-discrimination, about dialogue around the rule of law. And indeed, what's interesting for professors, for academics, is they don't necessarily conform to the kind of mainstream opinion. They have their own ways of saying things.
Esperienza nuova, unica, una forma di democrazia che non mi aspettavo e che spero che continui. Spero che l'Unione Europea crei queste interazioni con i cittadini.
What I hope is come out is that all the different views from citizens in the EU is really being heard to the politicians and the European Parliament and so on, and they really do something with it. Because sometimes I feel that the gap between citizens and the politicians and all the EU people is quite big.
On espère que nos recommandations seront quand même prises en compte, qu'on n'ait pas fait tout ça pour rien et qu'on soit entendu par les élus.
Vedo anche i giovani molto propensi e partecipi. Abbiamo tante idee, tanta voglia comunque di dire la nostra, perché solitamente le persone giovani non sono tanto ascoltate. Invece in questa conferenza i giovani sono quelli che hanno maggiormente la parola e questo è molto bello, perché sicuramente andremo a delineare un'Europa futura che sarà la nostra. Quindi penso che sia anche importante capire che cosa i giovani vogliono e che cosa ritengono che sia importante cambiare.
I think everybody felt very proud and optimistic seeing the recommendations they worked on all weekend up on the big screen to be voted on. And I think there's a hope that they'll be listened to and not just dismissed. And there's a hope that this will actually be, continued, I think, with further experiments of the same kind. So I think it's interesting that they really explicitly want to have more power and more say in their government, and for the recommendations to have some kind of normative impact as well, and to even have some kind of say in a future constitution for the European Union.
It's fantastic to see so many people around here. We are an academic institution, but we don't want to be a closed shop. We don't want to be an ivory tower. We want to be open to the citizens, and this is a very good example of what we can do.
The big question is there room for some kind of participatory democracy at the European level? I think this exercise shows, yes, that there is potential. our role, our modest role in welcoming this panel, played a positive role in the process, and that's important.
Herzlich willkommen zu Euronews.
Bienvenue dans Euronews Soir. Comenzamos con los titulares.
I'm with your top stories. Nos volvemos a encontrar para hacer seguimiento a la actualidad de Europa y del mundo.
Euronews Noite, bem-vindos à edição.
Bonsoir, bienvenue sur Euronews.
Sharing Pan-African stories.
Partagés à travers tout le continent.
And beyond, because
your voice
matters.
What does it take to embrace a new world?
You're watching Euronews now, our top story.
This is a deal.
Let's find out what Europe has to say. We fact-check, verify and debunk the biggest stories.
The police all deployed down to this site.
Embora sendo uma questão política e se calhar socialmente delicada,
the EU is about to publish its much-anticipated migration pact.
Moskva,
London,
Roma.
Throughout history, was diesen Kontinent so besonders macht.
E 200 metri.
Le plus fort pouvoir d'achat
que permite un mejor aprovechamiento de los recursos.
Do you see yourself as the leader of this movement?
Hello there, and a very warm welcome to this latest edition of Euronews Debates. I came to Tehran to witness change.
Welcome to Climate Now, our unique monthly update on what's really happening to our planet.
There's an opportunity for me to make an impact. So the important thing is to take action.
And dream big.
I definitely have the coolest job in the world.
Change your approach to plastic waste.
All together, we change the world.
Euronews. Euronews.
Euronews.
There are few places in the world that can claim the artistic, the scientific, and the cultural achievements of Florence, Italy. The city's history is filled with discovery, of rule breaking, and changing the way the world is seen and understood. And behind it is the work of the Fondazione CR Firenze, committed to preserving Florence's past while creating opportunities for the future. Today, the Fondazione CR Firenze is a banking foundation, an independent non-profit organisation in its own right, and works for the social and economic development in Florence, Grosseto and Arezzo in the region of Tuscany. Each year, the foundation donates around 55 million euros to initiatives and institutions that share these goals. Its impact is vast. It supports 900 projects every year across 5 different sectors: art and culture, education, charity, the environment, and innovation. Many of Florence's most famous landmarks wouldn't be the same without the support of the Fondazione CR Firenze. These important projects preserve the history and the beauty of the city, like the restoration of Florence's iconic Poggi ramps, and the Villa Bardini and its historical gardens, a cultural centre with spectacular views of Florence. It supports the Maggio Musicale Fiorentino's opera and classical music performances, and the theatre. The foundation also supports Florence's Opificio delle Pietre Dure, which restores masterpieces by some of history's greatest artists, while the works of Tuscan and Florentine artists are honoured in the foundation's permanent collection. In collaboration with the world-famous Uffizi galleries, important works of art from the museum's archives are loaned to towns throughout the region. Millions of euros have been invested in developing a modern digital hub in what was once a former Medici grain store, creating a centre for innovation, business startups, and opportunities for young people. It supports social science research at the European University Institute to help our understanding of international events. While scientific research and development at Florence University is helping us have healthier futures. And it responds in times of crisis, taking action during the COVID pandemic. Almost 200 years after its creation, the Foundation continues to help those in need. And in doing so, our community is stronger, more prosperous, and filled with possibilities for the future.
It is an age of challenges. It is an age of crises. Technology, climate change, migration, justice, democracy, and so much more. The State of the Union is the EU's annual policy conference, and this year it is asking a hard-hitting question. Is Europe fit for the next generation? And no location is more fitting for this inquiry than the Badia Fiesolana in the hills of Florence. It has been the headquarters of the European University Institute since 1972, but the Badia has also been a holy site for almost 2,000 years. The story of the Badia is related to the story of a very unusual monastery. Look no further than to its architecture for clues. Like many monasteries, it had an inner cloister, which represents the Garden of Eden, complete with a tree of knowledge. However, unlike other monasteries, the cloister is not closed off. Instead, it opens up to a terrace, a loggia, typically found in villas. This balcony, overlooking Florence, sent a clear message by design. The knowledge within these walls must reach the world. It is also a sign of how the Badia is inextricably linked to Florence. It is here that in the 15th century, a family of bankers, the Medici, rose to power. Their patronage of art and culture spurred the Renaissance, the Cultural Revolution, the first put humankind at the center of the world. And nothing sums up the spirit of the Renaissance more than this inscription: De victa montis natura, man has conquered the sharp mountain. A way to say that humankind was shaping the landscape according to their own ideas. For Renaissance humanists, this meant striking a respectful balance. The plaque celebrates Cosimo the Elder of the Medici family. It was Cosimo who turned the Badia Fiesolana into a hub of Neoplatonic culture. Its impressive library fueled the rediscovery of the classics and broke the barrier between secular and religious texts. It attracted scholars from all over the world, much like it does today. And just like our scholars, monks and secular intellectuals would be seen here, walking together and discussing the ideas of their time. With the Habsburg dynasty taking over Tuscany in the 18th century, the influence of the Medici family faded. However, the location's love for knowledge lived on. In the 18th century, the Badia was home to the Academy of the Georgophili, Europe's first institute for the promotion of agronomy as a science, a sign of the revolutions of the time. Once again, the Badia became a symbol of man's dominion over nature. However, its peaceful location did not shield it from controversy. Perched between Florence and Fiesole, the Badia was between two powerful sparring municipalities. And trouble didn't end here. Let's have a look at the refectory, a few feet away from the cloister. This 1629 fresco by Giovanni di San Giovanni shows angels feeding Jesus after his fast in the desert. Over here, other angels pelt the devil with stones. And at the center, Jesus, dressed as a monk as he blesses the wine and bread, just like priests do in Catholic Mass. Now, this might seem pretty innocent, but in reality, it points to a key theological difference between Catholics and Protestants, and one that led to many wars in Europe between the 16th and 17th century. And there's more. It was citizens, the powerful Medici, that made sure the Badia church was fully rebuilt according to the time's architectural trends. It is now a splendid Renaissance church with its simple lines and luminous altar. The Badia survived many more of history's darkest moments and is still loyal to its pursuit of knowledge for the betterment of the world. The second day of the State of the Union takes place in Palazzo Vecchio, a symbol of civic power in the heart of Florence. Once again, the worlds of politics, academia, civil society and business meet here to debate our common future. At the 2022 State of the Union, we are no longer asking if humankind can conquer nature. Rather, we are asking, can humankind conquer the crises it has created? In other words, is Europe fit for the next generation?
Greater connectivity benefits the greater good, and Qualcomm invented 5G breakthroughs that make it possible. See us where 5G is helping to make manufacturing more productive and less wasteful. Join us in making Europe more connected with 5G.
Il sistema TGCOM24 si conferma vincente. È il sistema multimediale di informazione più visitato in Italia. È leader per numero di video visionati e tempo medio di permanenza sul sito. È in costante crescita sul web e mobile con più di 3 milioni di lettori al giorno sul sito. 100 milioni di video visti ogni mese. E 5 milioni di followers sulle piattaforme social. TGCOM24 con TG4, Studio Aperto, Sport Mediaset e il canale All News. Insieme al TG5 colloca
So as part of the security, peace and security specialization track for the master, we have a course on foreign and security policy, which I run together with Miro Lajčák, a special representative of the EEAS, as well as a number of guest speakers like Robert Cooper and Arantxa Gonzalez. It wasn't by design that we would have a class on Russia the day after Russian forces entered the Luhansk and Donetsk, but it shows the topicality and policy relevance of the work we do. The students are extremely engaged and at some level also passionate about these issues. So it is almost a question of steering the conversation rather than somehow providing them with information. It is about providing policy documents of the sorts that they will find themselves dealing with when they enter a professional career in the future. So, in the security area, we are having a number of activities focusing on diplomats and civil servants in the area of foreign and security policy. Particularly, we are running an executive training seminar on restrictive measures and the EU roles in that, and this is precisely very topical under the circumstances. It will start on the 22nd of April, and we are doing this in partnership with the Council of the European Union and the European Court of Justice, so it could not get more hands-on than that.
My name is Anastasia, I'm from St. Petersburg, Russia. My background is actually in business management, so I'm kind of different from most of the people here because they have like a background in political science, IR, essentially. So for me, it's kind of a big challenge, you know, to start, you know, my master's in political science last year and to continue here. But it's super interesting. I like the challenge. Yeah, it's wonderful. My university, European University in St. Petersburg, they just signed this year the partnership contract with EUI. And so as soon as I received this notification that there is an opportunity to study at EY for a semester in Florence, I checked the university, I realized how renowned it actually is. And I just thought, wow, I cannot miss on that opportunity, you know. So I just like immediately applied. It took me like maybe a week to prepare like all the motivation letters, all the documentation and things like that.
My name is Pascal Imhoff. I'm a Swiss. I'm here in exchange for 1 semester. I'm doing my master degree at the Graduate Institute in Geneva. And yes, my interest is more in international law. So it was nice also to come here to have other perspectives of international, transnational affairs. This is a bit of an anecdote, but back in 2019, I had the chance to attend this talk given by Alex Chubb back in Geneva about the place of Europe in the world nowadays. And yeah, I thought this guy seems really interesting. I should dig a bit deeper about him. And I saw he was going to be the new director of the SDG. And then I got selected for my master degree at the Graduate Institute in Geneva, and I was very interested in doing an exchange. So I looked at the partnership and I saw there was this new partnership between the graduate and EUI and with the SDG, and I thought, yeah, this is definitely a good opportunity.
My university has a bit of a different approach to teaching than SDG, and I really like it here because I've been missing those group projects, you know, tasks during the class, this kind of work, the things that you have to really, you know, think through, challenge yourself, brainstorm, spend time on that, like this disinformation debate essentially, which we had today morning, and the presentation that we had today. It's kind of a bit intense, it might feel like that, but at the same time, when you've done this, you feel so good with yourself and what you've learned. And maybe like in a small scale, it's not easily distinguishable in scene, but in the long term, you realize how many new skills you are actually learning. So at SDG, I feel like it's not just about learning a specific amount of knowledge or like some certain skills. It's also about having your skills applied to a different perspective and learning based on those skills.
I was really thankful to come here, and everything is going well. Not only in terms of the classes I'm attending, I think the topics that are talked about here are very, very current, actual. They really matters. I can feel also that The professors obviously have a very good level of expertise. I was just this morning having this presentation and debate with Madeleine de Coq, who's an expert regarding the governance of technologies.
And at the same time, another thing that I like about STG classes is that discussions are an essential part of the classes. So, and the things that I learned from my peers, from my fellow students, they're so insightful, so knowledgeable, so smart, and like just listening to them, I'm actually learning too. So it's not just learning from the professor and what they have to say. It's always, like contesting, challenging a lot of concepts, a lot of ideas, exchanging those views. I think it's imperative for development for any person, like professionally, but especially for political scientists, future, policy makers, workers, and things like that.
大家好，我的名字叫做吴思萌，我现在在意大利的佛罗伦萨 EUI 的跨国治理学院就读于研究生项目。我们这一个项目有来自全球各个国家的同学们，我们一起来到意大利，然后我们将会一起探讨和研究研究和学习如何制定一些更好的跨国的国际政策。因为在佛罗伦萨的市中心，所以我们离佛罗伦萨的大教堂只有不到10分钟的步行距离。这里的生活，这里的人都充满了文艺的气息。除了繁忙的学业以外，我们还能够很好的享受佛罗伦萨这一座艺术的城市。让我觉得在 STG 学习最开心的一件事情，就是我身边有来自世界各个角落的同学，让我觉得我不仅是在学习，同时是在一个非常国际化、多元化的环境当中成长。
Okay, there's that back to school moment, and then there's that back to school moment. We have all the fellows, new master students, new building, new professors. What does it feel like for you?
It's exhilarating. I mean, some of us have been picturing this in our heads for about a couple of years. Now we have them flesh and blood here with us.
You guys should join us. This is probably the best place to learn about transnational governance.
What if we could make the European Union better?
What if the Conference on the Future of Europe enables the EU to expand beyond its current 27 member states?
What if the European economy could only be fueled by sustainable and domestically produced energy?
What if European citizens who moved from one member state to another could easily cast their votes in European and local elections where they actually live?
What if European Union becomes a real player in the digital world?
What if we didn't have the euro today?
What if all girls, queer and people of color had exactly the same chances to become European leaders as white men?
What if the EU becomes a leading mediator in resolving conflicts throughout the world?
What if we could travel from Sofia to Florence in a quick and sustainable way?
What if the EU was able to channel the lessons from the experiences in participatory democracy from around the world at the local and national level?
What if Europe was a solidaristic community of citizens willing to share risks and opportunities among each other?
What if all refugees could be welcomed with open arms?
What if EU member states speak with one voice in security and defense policy matters?
What if we stopped using trade agreements to pursue improvements in labor standards in partner countries?
As academics,
Our role in making the European Union better is to distill sound proposals from scientific evidence and to try to make the future more predictable for policymakers and citizens alike by comparing behavior, processes, and institutions.
We are contributing to the Conference on the Future of Europe, an initiative of the European institutions, with 300 publications and 30 webinar recordings that cover crucial topics such as democracy, climate change, citizenship, trade, and many more. We support policymakers and citizens in the process of reinventing Europe by providing fundamental research and evaluating possible policy agendas.
Find out more on our website and join the debate on social media.
It's a very interesting democratic experiment, the first of its kind at the level of the European Union. 200 citizens randomly selected throughout the 27 member states. They are going to discuss on the future of Europe and express their opinions about what the future of Europe should be.
Citizens, what they are doing now here is to formulate recommendations for the conference. Recommendations on European democracy and recommendations on values and the rule of law in the European Union. So there are two key issues: how it works or doesn't work the European democracy, how reform, do we need to reform the European democracy, what to do with situations like in Poland and Hungary. All this is debated now by the citizens.
It's very exciting because what we are already witnessing with their orientations from the last session is that there's a lot of democratic imagination. They're coming up with all sorts of proposals that are important for the EU about non-discrimination, about dialogue around the rule of law. And indeed, what's interesting for professors, for academics, is they don't necessarily conform to the kind of mainstream opinion. They have their own ways of saying things.
Esperienza nuova, unica, una forma di democrazia che non mi aspettavo e che spero che continui. Spero che l'Unione Europea crei queste interazioni con i cittadini.
What I hope is come out is that all the different views from citizens in the EU is really being heard to the politicians and the European Parliament and so on, and they really do something with it. Because sometimes I feel that the gap between citizens and the politicians and all the EU people is quite big.
On espère que nos recommandations seront quand même prises en compte, qu'on n'ait pas fait tout ça pour rien et qu'on soit entendu par les élus.
Vedo anche i giovani molto propensi e partecipi. Abbiamo tante idee, tanta voglia comunque di dire la nostra, perché solitamente le persone giovani non sono tanto ascoltate. Invece in questa conferenza i giovani sono quelli che hanno maggiormente la parola, e questo è molto bello, perché sicuramente andremo a delineare un'Europa futura che sarà la nostra. Quindi penso che sia anche importante capire che cosa i giovani vogliono e che cosa ritengono che sia importante cambiare.
I think everybody felt very proud and optimistic seeing the recommendations they worked on all weekend up on the big screen to be voted on. And I think there's a hope that they'll be listened to and not just dismissed. And there's a hope that this will actually be, continued, I think, with further experiments of the same kind. So I think it's interesting that they really explicitly want to have more power and more say in their government, and for the recommendations to have some kind of normative impact as well, and to even have some kind of say in a future constitution for the European Union.
It's fantastic to see so many people around here. We're an academic institution, but we don't want to be a closed shop. We don't want to be an ivory tower. We want to be open to the citizens, and this is a very good example of what we can do.
The big question is there room for some kind of participatory democracy at the European level? I think this exercise shows, yes, that there is potential. our role, our modest role in welcoming this panel played a positive role in the process, and that's important.
Herzlich willkommen zu Euronews.
Bienvenue dans Euronews Soir. Comenzamos con los titulares.
I'm Cinquecento with your top stories.
Nos volvemos a encontrar para hacer seguimiento a la actualidad de Europa y del mundo.
Euronews Noite, bem-vindos à edição.
Bonsoir, bienvenue sur Euronews.
Sharing Pan-African stories.
Partagés à travers tout le continent.
And beyond, because
your voice
matters.
What does it take to embrace a new world?
You're watching Euronews now, our top stories.
This is a deal.
Let's find out what Europe has to say.
We fact-check, verify and debunk the biggest stories.
The police all deployed down to this side.
Embora sendo uma questão política e se calhar socialmente delicada,
the EU is about to publish its much-anticipated migration pact.
Moskva,
Berlin, London,
Roma.
Throughout history, was diesen Kontinent so besonders macht.
E 200 metri.
Le plus fort pouvoir d'achat
que permite un mejor aprovechamiento de los recursos.
Do you see yourself as the leader of this movement?
Hello there, and a very warm welcome to this latest edition of Euronews Debates.
I came to Tehran to witness change.
Welcome to Climate Now, our unique monthly update on what's really happening to our planet.
There's an opportunity for me to make an impact. So the important thing is to take action.
And dream big.
I definitely have the coolest job in the world.
Change your approach to plastic waste.
All together, you change the world.
Euronews. Euronews. Euronews.
There are few places in the world that can claim the artistic, the scientific, and the cultural achievements of Florence, Italy. The city's history is filled with discovery, of rule breaking, and changing the way the world is seen and understood. And behind it is the work of the Fondazione CR Firenze, committed to preserving Florence's past while creating opportunities for the future. Today, the Fondazione CR Firenze is a banking foundation, an independent non-profit organisation in its own right, and works for the social and economic development in Florence, Grosseto and Arezzo in the region of Tuscany. Each year, the foundation donates around 55 million euros to initiatives and institutions that share these goals. Its impact is vast. It supports 900 projects every year across 5 different sectors: art and culture, education, charity, the environment, and innovation. Many of Florence's most famous landmarks wouldn't be the same without the support of the Fondazione CR Firenze. These important projects preserve the history and the beauty of the city, like the restoration of Florence's iconic Poggi ramps, and the Villa Bardini and its historical gardens, a cultural centre with spectacular views of Florence. It supports the Maggio Musicale Fiorentino's opera and classical music performances, and the theatre. The foundation also supports Florence's Opificio delle Pietre Dure, which restores masterpieces by some of history's greatest artists, while the works of Tuscan and Florentine artists are honoured in the foundation's permanent collection. In collaboration with the world-famous Uffizi galleries, important works of art from the museum's archives are loaned to towns throughout the region. Millions of euros have been invested in developing a modern digital hub in what was once a former Medici grain store, creating a centre for innovation, business startups, and opportunities for young people. It supports social science research at the European University Institute to help our understanding of international events. While scientific research and development at Florence University is helping us have healthier futures. And it responds in times of crisis, taking action during the COVID pandemic. Almost 200 years after its creation, the Foundation continues to help those in need. And in doing so, our community is stronger, more prosperous, and filled with possibilities for the future.
of the European Union. Now, we have a packed agenda for the next couple of hours, so I hope you've had a good lunch, a nice Italian coffee, and you're ready for lots of food for thought and, of course, lots of engagement. So if you're ready to start and you're all seated comfortably, I'd like to now invite Antonio Mazzeo. He's the president of the Regional Council of Tuscany, and he will welcome us back to the second part of the day. Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Thank you. Welcome to Florence. Welcome to Tuscany. It's an honor, a great honor for me to be here at the most important conference on the future of Europe. As president of the Regional Council of Tuscany, I am proud, very proud of the collaboration with the State of the Union, and I want to thank the European University Institute for the wonderful organization of this day. I hope that the season of reform of the European treaties will soon be over, and that we can build a Europe that is closer to its citizens. I believe that Tuscany and the Regional Council can give their contribution to this European project. Humanism, the Renaissance, the genius of Leonardo da Vinci and Galileo Galilei, with his scientific method, were all born here, in Tuscany, in Florence, in Pisa. Tuscany was the first state in the world to abolish the death penalty. That is why I would like to invite all the representatives of the major European institutions here to Tuscany to discuss the new Europe, because many important aspects of human history were developed here. Our generation is since 70 years of peace. Today, this peace is threatened. We will only overcome this threat and the consequence of this pandemic and this war if we can create a new model for Europe, Europe forward. This morning, we discussed with Joseph Borrell and more than 400 students. A new Europe can be built only with them, because they are our future, they are our hope. And we asked them only one thing: they will be not indifferent, never. Europe is our community. Europe is our destiny, our dream. And we really want to build all together a Europe of peace. Thanks for all. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much for that. And now we have a welcoming message from the Director General of the World Health Organization that we will play for you now.
Professor Renu Deus, dear colleagues and friends, as you meet in Florence, the birthplace of the Renaissance, the world is facing many challenges: the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, the climate crisis, and more. Now more than ever, we need a renaissance of multilateralism with three key features. First, multilateralism with results. The world is progressing at only around 1/4 of the speed needed to reach the health-related targets in the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. The pandemic has set us back even further, but it has also shown why the SDGs are so important as the blueprint for a healthier, safer, fairer world. Second, multilateralism with collaboration. No single country or organization can meet the challenges our world is facing alone. We can only do it in partnership, working together for shared goals. And third, multilateralism with solidarity. The pandemic has shown just how connected and interdependent we are. We have no future but a common future. In our polarized and divided world, health is one of the few areas in which nations can work together in cooperation rather than competition. WHO's Health and Peace Initiative is working in many countries to build equity and trust by engaging communities in an inclusive and conflict-sensitive way. Thank you for your support for multilateralism as we work together for a Europe and a world fit for the next generation. I thank you.
That it's very much still with us, but it's great that we can all be here physically in the room and network again, something that we were all dying to do. So next we all remember Sarah from earlier, who was beautifully moderating a panel earlier where you all had fantastic questions. Well, I would like to invite her up on stage once more to find out what we should expect from this upcoming panel.
So thanks, yes, so we're still doing the fitness test of the EU. And over the last few days, we've heard a bit about how fit the EU is to support human rights, transitional justice, and international criminal law abroad. This time, we're going to look at how fit the EU is to support peace abroad. Now, the way we do that is that we're going to look at the international peace architecture. And of course, understandably, at the moment, most of the questions, most of the panels have focused on Ukraine, and we all know why. But we shouldn't forget all these instances of the absence of peace elsewhere in the world. Think about Ethiopia, Syria, Yemen, situations in which we don't have, like in Ukraine, one state against the other, but situations in which we have a government fighting with armed groups, non-state armed actors in its own country. And we're going to discuss those conflicts and the international peace architecture that exists to address those conflicts with 3 experienced peace mediators. And may I introduce them?
Please, we'd love to get to know them.
Good, great. So we have Barney Afako, we have Mark Freeman, and Fleur Ravensbergen. And then in the first question, we'll immediately go to their experiences.
Okay, take it away. A big round of applause, please, for Sarah and her panelists.
So, thank you for being with us, and thank you for being with us. Let's begin with your experiences and try to have a discussion experience-based. So, Barney had experiences in negotiations between the government of Uganda and the Lord's Resistance Army, between Sudan and the SPLM, SPLA, in South Sudan, Yemen, Afghanistan, and Colombia. Mark was also in Colombia for a very long time in the negotiations between Colombia and the FARC, and he's also been heavily involved in the Minsk process, which was a process that was important for the conflict in eastern Ukraine before the enormous escalation that we've seen since Russia's invasion. Fleur was involved in talks with the ETA in the Basque country, with INLA, a splinter of the IRA in Northern Ireland, and talks in Iraq on disputed areas. So the question to you is, in light of your experiences, could you give us an insight in some of the key obstacles to such processes? Barney, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you, Sarah. One of the things that we often assume is that because peacemaking and conflict resolution is such an important goal to achieve, that everybody would be in favor of it right from the go. But in fact, both governments and also non-state armed actors often resist calls for negotiation. Governments don't want to give legitimacy to armed actors. Democratic governments, for example, may want all political discourse to take place through the formal process, undemocratic governments may resist moves by others to open up political space. And in terms of non-state actors, they may often be unsure that if they reach an agreement with the government, it will not be implemented. So they bring those doubts and concerns into the negotiations. So for the facilitators, you have to try to help them to overcome their reservations and concerns about the idea of negotiation. So that is one of the major challenges in peace processes, just the concern and doubt that the parties bring about the legitimacy and benefit of the process. The other one is that these peace processes suffer from a lot of interference from others. It's not just the conflict actors, sometimes neighboring states, regional actors also want to intervene because the conflict may have geopolitical importance for them. And that can be very disruptive indeed in the process of seeking a solution. Lastly, I'll just mention the complexity of the subject matter of negotiations, whether it's power sharing, addressing grievances, changing the constitutional order of a country. These are all very complex choices that need to be made. And it takes some time to reach a position where both sides, or where there's more than two sides, that all sides agree on the vision of what the state and society should look like.
Okay, thank you. So, challenges to peacemaking is first of all making peacemaking attractive. Secondly, stopping interference. And third, dealing with complexity. Mark, anything to add?
Well, thank you, and I would certainly subscribe to everything that Barney has just said. I think one thing people don't realize is how hard it is to mount peace talks in the first place. Most efforts to create a peace negotiation or a peace mediation process you'll never hear about. There are probably hundreds of efforts before one really succeeds. And even if you do get the peace talks in place, as Barney was saying as well, I mean, there's so many complex challenges within it. And most stories of peace negotiation are stories of failure. Eventually, you hope to succeed, but mostly it's that, I think, again, underscores the complexity. I would distinguish in particular, though, the challenges at the beginning of a process when you're trying to develop it out of nothing from some of the challenges in the middle when if you're fortunate enough to develop a peace process. In places like Colombia, in Afghanistan, I mean, usually these are processes that are years and years in the making, preceded by trust building, which is very difficult, again, as Barney has touched on. One of the areas that's also very important is called process design. People don't put a lot of attention, or not enough attention, into the design of the process itself. Because without a good design, you don't really have the possibility for the parties that already distrust each other to reach agreements. And again, if you're fortunate enough to get into the process itself, which I really want to emphasize, most of the time you won't hear about it. Eventually you hope to get to a stage where the world may know about a peace process. It is definitely mostly challenges, I would say, of complexity. There's great legal complexity, and again, right now, unfortunately, we have an international law that is more of an extra hurdle rather than a help to a lot of the things that parties need to reach agreement on.
Fleur?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with much of what's been said. The two challenges that I would highlight are very much informed by my experience as more of an on-the-ground professional from an NGO perspective. One relates to the complexity that was already highlighted both by Barney and by Mark, where my experience has very much been that as a conflict ebbs and flows, and there are different actors involved, obviously from the conflict itself, and then also externally, a UN, some NGOs, the EU, you name it. There is sort of a moving moving beast of elements that interlink. And so we struggle sometimes to understand where our added value is at a particular moment, and then it changes and it changes. So that I find is a serious challenge. And then the other one that I wanted to highlight is perhaps more in the both practical and legal realm, the security of mediating an armed conflict, both in a physical sense. So from my experience at the Dialogue Advisory Group, we travel to conflict areas in a way that's less protected perhaps than most diplomats, because we talk to the people who commit violence. So it's necessary. We have a security protocol, of course, but there are risks associated with that. And then also other types of risks. So for example, when we were working, which we didn't know at the time, which is your point, Mark, towards the disarmament of ETA in Basque Country, there were some legal challenges associated with interaction with what is listed as a terrorist group, which we don't like to think about that, but the reality of talking to different actors in conflict is that some of them will be on terrorist lists. And I will not repeat the famous saying, but there are of course disagreements on who should be on that list. We, which is something that we will get back to later, as an NGO don't have immunities. So if we choose to interact with a group that is listed, we must do so very carefully. And so in Basque Country, for example, there were instances where there were legal questions with the aim to trying to arrest ETA members because there was an awareness that we were interacting with them. And so maneuvering those risks is certainly a challenge in what we do.
Thanks. So for the lawyers in the room, there have been some pretty provocative statements here. Law as an obstacle or a hurdle rather than an assistance to making peace. And for international lawyers, it's kind of a surprise because we always think, international law is there to promote peace. So perhaps this gives rise to a question really to look at the international peace architecture, because think about it, with human rights, we have a human rights architecture, we have human rights treaties, we have human rights instruments. Same thing with international criminal law, we have international crimes, we have international criminal courts. And now let's think about peace. We have the UN Charter, but it's very state-based. And in situations like you've been describing, what is the international peace architecture? So let me ask you again, based on your experiences, how do you see the international peace architecture? Does it sufficiently promote peaceful settlement of disputes? And Fleur, can we start with you this time?
Sure, yeah. I think the international peace architecture there's a risk that we are navel staring a lot, that we are looking at our own documents and treaties and processes, and they tend to be rather slow and bureaucratic and reactive.
Sorry, may I stop you just to clarify? When you say we, who is we?
I think actually most actors in the international system, to varying degrees. So there are people who participate in creating some of the legislation that forms the peace architecture. And I mean, you all come at it from different perspectives, and I think that informs to what extent, you are almost incentivized, I want to say, to navel stare. But I think that is not always constructive. So sometimes I feel like it's a reality in and of itself that power brokers draw on when it works for them and abandon when it doesn't. And so at the same time, it's very important that we have it, but I think it's not always as effective as I would like it to be.
Thank you. Mark, you made a provocative statement.
So now I have to own it.
Yeah, and explain.
Well, I would start by saying that there isn't a master architecture that we are gradually discovering. It's rather something that we incrementally are building as a species. I mean, it's a patchwork. And in a patchwork process, in a piecemeal process, things are discovered as you move forward. And I would say one of the things, to pick up on your provocative statement, Sarah, What I would say that is that when we look at what international law offers right now, at its role within the peace architecture, we can clearly see the human rights and international criminal components of it. The laws of war, we can also see. There are laws that regulate the conduct of hostilities. But the area where the gap or where the silence of international law is most obvious is when it comes to peace building and peacemaking. International law doesn't offer very much. Parts of it, I would also say, and I think this was implicit in what you commented about the UN Charter system. I mean, the nature of conflicts at the end of the Second World War, the way we imagine conflict situations arising and evolving, it looks outdated, I think, to a very large degree. Even the laws of war, I mean, were last significantly codified in the 1970s. So the range of conflict types, the range of conflict actors, these are areas in terms of what you call the peace architecture where I think parts of it definitely look outdated. And then finally, I'd say that the peace architecture is also being squozen out to some extent because of what are positive developments in human rights and international criminal law and accountability. But those are putting great pressure on the space for peacemaking, which requires mutual concessions, dialogue. It has a different logic. It has a logic of reaching compromises that are difficult rather than a logic of obligations and accountability. So I think there's great pressure on the space, literally the space, for negotiating peace.
Barney, when you respond to this question, could you also pick up on the point that Fleur made from her practical experience of the issues of law and not being allowed to talk with certain people as a mediator?
Perhaps I'll begin with an example from several years ago when I was involved in assisting the government of Uganda in its efforts to negotiate with the Lord's Resistance Army. Now, at that time, the International Criminal Court had just been established, and the very first indictment by the ICC prosecutor was of the Lord's Resistance Army leadership. And so there were questions being raised about whether it was lawful to even envisage any negotiations with the LRA. So one side of the argument, I was in Uganda at the time, and a lot of the diplomats were getting this advice from their legal people in their capitals. But we were arguing quite strongly, obviously, that because this conflict had had such a significant political and social impact, when we read the UN Charter, it was surely the duty of the country to attempt to resolve it peacefully, because they'd been running for about 20 years at that time. And in the end, that logic prevailed, and negotiations could start. And even after they started, you kept having arguments about what kind of agreement you can reach with a group like that. If you can talk to them, do you just summon them to the table and give them a list of things that they should abide by? But of course, every conflict actor is also a negotiator in peace processes, and they have prerogatives of negotiators. You cannot impose outcomes in a peace process. Everybody has to be persuaded that the outcome is one that they can live with. So you have to move the parties towards consensus. So we had to find a language and an architecture, if you like, which would bring about an outcome that respected accountability, the notion that crimes should not go unaccounted for, an outcome that delivered a peace to northern Uganda and recovery. And we made sure that all of these were key goals of the process. So the legal space for peacemaking is the law acting to protect politics and social outcomes. If the law pulls away from the politics and the goal of positive social outcomes, then it creates a tension and it becomes untenable.
Mark, it seems that your organization, the Institute for Integrated Transitions, has observed this scenario and therefore launched an initiative for the peace or the Peace Treaty Initiative. Can you elaborate what that Peace Treaty Initiative is all about?
With pleasure. Well, as I think we're saying here, peace negotiation efforts require protection as well. They require encouragement. To go back to something that Barney said and Fleur also underscored is how hard it is to actually announce that you're going to negotiate with a sworn enemy, how unpopular, how risky, how costly such decisions are. And international law, I think there's an extraordinary opportunity right now for international law to change that disincentive for peace and overcome the default of confrontation that's actually embedded in international law. So our organization has conducted years and years of work, interviews, events, very often speaking with people who have lived and breathed, as Barney and Fleur have and as you have as well, the struggles, the difficulties of creating, maintaining, and ultimately implementing a peace deal. And so we've launched this process called the Peace Treaty Initiative. There's a draft treaty, an indicative text of what a law for international peace negotiation could look like, an international law for peace negotiation. And the logic of this is very different from what you maybe think about when it comes to the laws of war or human rights law, where again, the framing of the solution is in terms of accountability and obligations. What peace processes need most of all are incentives and encouragement. This is how most wars eventually end, and the sooner, especially from a preventive perspective, the more wars we can prevent and the sooner we can resolve wars that are ongoing, that's a good thing for everybody, not least victims and the affected societies. So our process involves a global consultation process, and it's, at this stage we're basically working towards an eventual diplomatic conference of states. We're early in the process. Building treaties takes a long time, but we believe that there's an extraordinary opportunity, including for the EU, to get behind peace in this different way. International law, rather than being an obstacle, can actually be a help if we conceive of an incentives logic and a benefits logic using international law in order to encourage and promote rather than to scold. And that's the logic behind the Peace Treaty Initiative, offering benefits and creating a system that will protect the space and grow the space for peace negotiation to thrive.
So Fleur, you as a practitioner hearing about this Peace Treaty Initiative, what do you think? Is it going to fly? Is it going to make a difference? Would it help you?
Yeah, well, I think first of all, it's anything that we can do to incentivize people to come to the negotiation table is important. And so I think it's important that we engage with this initiative. And I think there are some really positive elements in there, and it's a very thorough process. And the local emphasis, I think, also is just important. And then, of course, I also have some questions, which, for one, it's quite state-centric, and in many ways that makes sense because of the legal framework that we operate in. But at the same time, conflict has changed, and conflict is changing away from only state centricity towards multipolarity and splintering. And so my questions would be around how do you incorporate non-state armed actors in a way that is constructive? And then I also immediately go to thinking about when non-state armed actors hear of this initiative, my experience with them has been they tend to think not only in what can I gain here, but also what is the other losing. So if the other is winning something, that might be a disincentive for them to engage with it. I don't know, but so those were some of the questions that came up. And then the other question that came up for me was my experience has largely been with harsh political realities, and they don't let themselves be guided by the law often. And so I don't know, I have these questions about how do you catch those, I guess, if not in this way. But I also think, look, you shift the paradigm by starting the conversation and continuing it, right? So I don't know, those are some thoughts.
Mark, you'll get an opportunity to respond, but first, Barney's view. Would this treaty have made a difference in the conflicts that you've been mediating?
I think I'm going to preface my answer by observing how ad hoc conflict resolution has become. It is very difficult to predict how or what interventions are going to carry the day when a conflict breaks out. It could be the state and the conflict actors initiating dialogue. Often it's the neighbors who get involved, regional organization, and a multitude of others. Now, each one of these often comes with their own approach to conflict resolution, their own priorities, and sometimes their own, not even very hidden agendas for why they want to participate in the process. So, an initiative that can, if you like, harmonize approaches to conflict resolution, the principles that should be applied in resolving a conflict, and the kind of outcomes that an ideal resolution of the conflict should look like, I think would be a really important intervention. Because the reality is that without that kind of architecture, dominant states often intervene in conflict situations. And you may also have a situation where the state itself does not respect regional architectures for conflict making, necessarily doesn't trust regional architecture. You see this in West Africa today. To an extent, you see this in the situation in Ethiopia. You only have to look at Yemen and to see the strong influence of neighboring states, and which is both catalytic but also complicating in resolving that conflict. So if you had an architecture that was above some of the negative politics of neighbors and regional actors, that might provide an incentive both for states but also for non-state actors to bring their issues to an institution that perhaps would come across as more credible, that would be based on a principled approach. I'll finish with a quick illustration of the situation in Libya in 2011, when NATO, and we've been talking about NATO a lot today, when NATO intervened in that context and didn't champion a political settlement. But at the same time, the African Union put forward a proposal which involved heads of state from Africa intervening with a suggestion of both process and outcomes, including a change in the leadership. But there was a disagreement between the African Union and NATO, which resulted in the denial of airspace for the leaders to actually turn up to help to resolve that conflict. On the one hand, you had people who were saying that this initiative may not be genuine, it might be a shield for the regime. On the other hand, the African Union saying, no, you need a peaceful resolution because the consequences of war in Libya will be disastrous. Now, there was no third body to which that question could be referred. So if you had an architecture which had a principled approach to peacemaking, which aimed for credible and sustainable outcomes that didn't disrespect citizens, that promoted the international values, perhaps we would have avoided the worst of that situation. And that, for me, is why we need to think about an architecture that rises above the messy politics and geopolitics of resolving conflict.
Okay, Thanks. So this was a very clear illustration of a situation that might look different today if there had been such an initiative. At least that's the contingency, the situation in Libya. Mark, what would you say to the charge of, well, this is all very state-centric and that actually doesn't reflect the nature of these conflicts today?
Mm-hmm. So I would say two things mainly, because I think the point is valid. As you also acknowledged, the way international law is made is through states. That's just something that we have built, that's the system that we have. And so to some extent, it's a necessity in order to produce an international law of and for peace negotiations, to make it more attractive, to make it more stable, to create the system that could help in situations such as the ones we're talking about. It has to, at a minimum, be appealing to states. Now, who are states negotiating with? Well, in many of these circumstances, it will be, at a minimum, it'll be some non-state armed groups. In a preventive lens, it could also be, this treaty could also be used in an early way before a political dispute or political crisis becomes truly violent. There could be opportunity. So before there's a non-state armed group that's emerged. Our approach at this stage is to make sure that in the global consultation process, that absolutely everybody is given an opportunity, states, non-state armed groups, faith-based groups, victims groups, NGOs, multilateral organizations. We've consulted hundreds already and we're going to continue. And I think this is at least one important moment to make sure that that perspective comes in because, again, it will be a natural counterpart in the peace talks, so it can't be ignored. But I would say that the sine qua non is still that states have to ratify this for it to become law. And for all the benefits that this treaty system would offer to materialize, we have to make sure that states are on board. And many will be.
So Mark, before we go back to you to ask or to respond to Fleur's second point of criticism, not criticism, but the question, how is this going to work? What are the non-state armed movements going to gain from this? They will wonder, am I going to win anything from this? Let me turn to Barney, because there's something else remarkable about this. We're talking here about a new treaty. Now, for international lawyers, this is hugely exciting because the big era of the big treaties seems over. 1960s, we had the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties with all the big treaties. 1970s, more international humanitarian law. 1990s, the ICC, gone. The time of the big treaty seems over. So Barney, as a lawyer, why do you think that states would be willing to support this initiative right now, whereas they seem to be so reluctant to engage in any international lawmaking in other areas?
I think one can take a leaf out of the last major treaty-making effort. One of them is the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. To get to the outcome in Rome was not just states by themselves, but in a way, that's what Mark has been describing, is that you had a lot of non-state civic actors promoting this idea that there should be an end to impunity, contributing to that, mobilizing, forming coalitions. I think if you start with those who are most affected by conflict, those societies that for years have been trying to shake off conflict, but states are unwilling for all sorts of reasons, mainly political, to countenance a negotiated settlement. The impetus ought to come as much from those kinds of actors as state actors. And I think that if we keep pressing this point, that you do need, in a polarized world, a credible body or set of criteria and rules for peacemaking, states may come to see that an architecture like this is a shield against some of the more selective and politically motivated peacemaking to which a lot of states are now subjected. If you look across North Africa, the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, you see so many new actors now outside of the continent involved in the conflicts. And it's the same actors who are now presenting themselves as mediators of those same conflicts to which they are contributing. So those raise questions of credibility for the conflict actors, and they're calling out for a body or an approach or an institution that can rise above some of these, what they would perceive as interference. I think that would be a merit of a new treaty, that it would establish an architecture, a body to which everybody could turn. Powerful states, weak states, even non-state actors as a refuge and as a port of call for resolving conflict.
Thank you. So Barney has laid out the incentive structures for states. Mark, with respect to Fleur's question, why would non-state actors trust this initiative? And then we go to Fleur with a question from the online audience.
Well, I would say again that what's important is for non-state armed actors, some of whom of course have negotiated peace deals, now demobilized and may now be in Congress in some country. Others are still, engaged in battle, is that they have an opportunity to engage in this process and to give their views. We've created what's an indicative text of the treaty so that the global consultation process isn't abstract for them or states. So for now, I'd say above all, it's a moment for engagement. We on this panel won't be ultimately the ones to sign the treaty. The role that we are trying to play modestly is as a catalyst and to generate an inclusive process and a very disciplined and structured process, because the gap is real. And it's real not just for states, it's real for non-state armed groups. So absolutely everyone needs to see some benefit to their side in this. That's the aim ultimately of the process, is that it's sufficiently attractive for the parties that ultimately will have to negotiate.
Thanks. Yeah, thankfully as academics we don't sign treaties, we just ask questions. But it's also up to the floor to ask questions. So please raise your hands if you have any. In the meantime, I already raised some of the questions that have been raised by our online audience. So I think this is a question for Barney, because this really is your expertise. Can the panelists suggest concrete ways in which we can constructively and simultaneously manage peace and international criminal processes without compromising the fight against impunity and justice for victims? And we also have a question about what can the EU and other global players do right now to mediate and contain the conflict in Ukraine? Those are from the online audience. Now, what about the real audience that has just had lunch and hopefully coffee, so is very much present? No questions here? The world online is more good. Then we turn to the online questions, but then I'm going to add a few more. For Fleur, we have many excellent examples of good initiatives and good strategies, but how do we translate these abstract things into concrete results? I think we want concrete evidence here. And then Wessel Thomas Toonen of the Young Peace Builders Academy asks, based on the elements of past successful peace processes, can we determine positive incentives for starting negotiations and seeing them through? And how would these be codified in a legal treaty? Well, Mark, that seems one definitely for you and perhaps also Barney, but Fleur, if you want to speak to any of these. So let's start with Barney, is that okay? And then we move down the line.
Yes, the question about how you, if you like, harmonize between peacemaking and international criminal processes while maintaining the fight against impunity. Now, whether you are comfortable with it or not, all negotiators will see justice through a political lens. And they will count the political cost of subjecting themselves to different forms of justice, including international justice. That is the challenge of the mediator. And so international criminal processes are often resisted for externalizing the justice question. And I think one of the beauties of the Rome Statute has been the principle of complementarity, which says that that court will defer to credible national interventions to deal with crimes. And I think that we need to invest in maximizing this principle so that as far as possible we create national systems that can ensure that the most serious crimes are credibly investigated and prosecuted within the national system. Because for me, the tension arises from the external factor. Now, one of the challenges of this is that people often don't trust national actors to do the right thing by criminal justice. For example, people who might have violated, committed very serious offenses might be amnestied. And so it is important in the peacemaking process to ensure that they develop national systems that would investigate and prosecute crimes, but also deal with all of the other consequences of the conflict. Deal with root causes, respond to victims, particularly those who've suffered most as a result of conflict. For example, and Mark can talk about Colombia, but if I fall back to the example of the Lord's Resistance Army, we made a proposal that there should be a division of the Ugandan High Court which should prosecute the LRA leaders who had been indicted, and on that basis, Uganda would then make an intervention which would allow the ICC to defer to those prosecutions. We also agreed that there should be a truth commission which would investigate the causes of the conflict and describe its impact so that reparations could be made and changes could be made in the national systems. And this design of responding to the past has been developed and applied with different elaborations in many other contexts as well.
Okay, so in summary, the answer is it is possible, but it requires careful design.
Absolutely, and each context will have its own particularities, and it's important that there is buy-in at the national level for whatever is proposed, because even justice that is imposed will always be limited because it will not have the ownership of the national system.
Okay, so it's not internationally designed, it is designed in the conflict context.
As far as possible, yes.
Good. Mark, pick and choose.
Would you like me to, I guess I'll talk about the question about positive incentives. Can we determine positive incentives for starting negotiations and seeing them through in the context of this treaty? So the reality, again, just to emphasize this point, is that the choice to negotiate with your enemy involves immense political risk across contexts. So the default is not we're going to sit down with our enemy. The default is we're going to confront our enemy. And because international law does not offer anything to de-risk that choice, it actually enables that choice. So one of the hardest things in that sense, I think it comes back to the very first question you asked, one of the hardest things is to mount peace talks in the first place. And part of it, as I say, is structural, that we have a default of confrontation as a practical reality, which is reinforced by international law. So part of what we hope, for example, that would be a positive incentive for choosing the path of negotiation versus the path of confrontation, is that international law can offer this, it sort of can take some of the politics out of it and make it a more normal choice. International law can have that effect over time. Human rights just becomes normal. It wasn't just a normal thing in the beginning. Just about every country has a human rights department now. Very few countries have a peace negotiation center of any kind. So some of this is just a question of almost like a country-by-country mainstreaming process, just as happened with the principle of complementarity with the International Criminal Court. A similar process is needed here. So the incentives, in a sense, become second nature. They're institutionalized within countries, and they're supported by an international norm. We don't have this reality today. So again, an aspiration is related to that. And then other incentives you need, again, are more substantive incentives. You need to know what is your room of maneuver on a challenging question like amnesty, which I think everyone here has had to face at one or multiple moments in their career. Again, they're substantive questions, very common dilemmas that are faced systematically in peace negotiations that this treaty can help give additional clarity to. And so again, the international law can be a positive force in these choices rather than being seen as one more hurdle in an already extraordinarily complex and unlikely scenario of negotiating peace.
Thanks. Fleur, moving from abstract things to concrete results.
Yes, I think that is the crucial question. In what I do, there are a lot of failures. A lot of peace processes don't work. A lot of conflicts don't get resolved, period. A lot of conflicts don't get resolved diplomatically. You know, we face that as an NGO. I faced that. I recently was reminded of a situation in the Great Lakes region in Africa where we were negotiating to surrender a war criminal. And it went much better than I thought it would for a really long time until it didn't. And at the last moment, which I've had experienced that before, it's completely failed. And it was a difficult moment as a professional, and it was a difficult moment as a person, because you invest a lot and you hope, and then it doesn't materialize. And so I think it is important, not just as a person. What we did there, it was because I was not alone, thankfully. We had a drink and we were upset, and the next day we continued, because what else are you going to do? And I think it could serve as metaphor is too strong a word, but I think, it's hard. It doesn't always work. But it's the possibility of it working is worth trying very hard and picking yourself up again and again. I think consistency, willingness to fail, to take risks, and acting with integrity, and accepting that peace negotiations will fail, but the alternative is worse. The cost is so much higher, and so we must put all our effort into it. I also have to say that I'm fortunate as a professional, having seen 2 disarmaments, one of which literally I carried the weapons with my own hands to their destruction. And so from that perspective, I think also the bigger picture might be similar, in the sense that sometimes if it works, which yes, that's rare, but if it works, that should sustain you for many failures, essentially.
So in a way, we need to have a treaty that allows for failure, and I think that would be welcome for everybody here, because we all have our failures, and we're living in a culture where failure is not really welcomed. The room, have you thought of any questions by now? Yes, and another one, 2 in that corner.
I'm a representative of the Austrian government. A question concerning peace architectures. How is it with risk management? I think it's a buzzword from private companies too, but maybe we could turn to state examples, concrete state examples where risk management, the kind of risk management is established as a best practice. throughout the administration, like not just a political buzzword taken from the corporate sector, like from some consultants, smart consultants, but some architecture that is systematically addressing peace risks, maybe risks from declining energy supply, fiscal risks, whatever. In fiscal policy, it may be the most established part where risk management might be, but I don't see up to now really systematic spreading to other policy fields.
Great. So new public management meets peacemaking. And we have another question just in front of you. You had your hand up. And could you state it very briefly because we don't have a lot of time.
Okay. Hi. Thanks for the very thought-provoking discussion. I found it really interesting. My question is more broad. I wonder how you would strike a balance between, making sure that international standards are ensured and making sure that there's also local ownership of the process. I'm thinking of something like Rwanda's Gakaka courts, which have been hailed as a post-genocide success. But some scholars have argued, for example, that these institutions, these community courts, were also used to consolidate authoritarian rule in the country. So I wonder how you can strike a balance between this international process and a more local ownership of this restorative justice process.
Okay, thank you. So in order to have time to get the questions answered, let me turn, Barney, I think you have some experience between international standards and local ownership. Would both of you like to talk about risk management? And good. And you have 30 seconds each.
I think it's always important that the communities should, as much as possible, own and participate in processes, including that of accountability, because externally driven and supported processes are not sustainable. If you don't have that community investment, then there will be no one to stand up to the manipulation of those systems. So you can't raise standards from the outside. So you've got to do that from the inside with good examples of external practice, but adaptation in the local context. That's the future.
On risk management, I would say that from the perspective of peacemaking and peace negotiation, the greatest risks that I see are the risks that don't materialize, that there are actors that don't take the risk to negotiate. They don't seize opportunities to negotiate, which then produces some of the risks that then need to be managed. There's I think, an under-consideration of the opportunities. That's the kind of risk that I think needs to be assessed, in addition to let's say, the more common ones that are probably implied in your question.
Fleur?
I think it's inherently risky, what we do, and I think many governments are uncomfortable with that. So when you say risk management, I tend to want to ask risk for whom? But yes, crucial to do it carefully. I also want to say something on the localization, where I think this question about how do you reconcile international norms with local norms, I think this is the greatest, almost perhaps, challenge that we face, where taking steps in this post-colonial space in peace negotiations as an international community who often inserts itself in other places is challenging, and we often do it in ways that are not just not constructive but harmful. And I think it's partly because the idea of Western and Northern hegemony is still very much what leads us. And so we're taking steps in that conversation. but I think we have a long way to go. So thank
you
for asking.
We have a long way to go. I think that is a good closing line for any panel. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you to the panelists. Stay with us for a fantastic panel on transatlantic relations. Good.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you so much for another fantastic panel there, and thank you to your panelists. Very interesting. So how is everyone doing? Are you tired? A little bit? Well, I'm afraid there's no time for a coffee break because we still have a lot of extremely riveting panels to get through. The next panel focuses on trade and the upcoming Trade and Technology Council between the EU and the United States. And for this panel, I'm delighted, I'll be introducing you to a Financial Times journalist. In fact, the international business editor for the Financial Times. She's been working with the Financial Times for over 35 years, and she will be moderating the next panel, which will kick off in a couple of seconds. Just go find the moderator. Any good singers? Okay, welcome back, and hello as well to all our viewers online this afternoon to the SOTU, the second day, the second afternoon of SOTU taking place here in Florence. I'm delighted now to welcome you all to, or introduce you all to Peggy Hollander. She is working for the Financial Times for the last 30 years. She's the international business editor, and she will be guiding us through the next 55 minutes, talking all about EU-US trade relations. So take it away, Peggy.
And thank you to everybody here for coming to our next panel on what's next for the Trade and Technology Council. As I'm sure many of you know, this is the a new development in transatlantic relations that was launched in June 2021. It's an illustration of renewed partnership with the new US administration, and it was a bit of a fraught time in terms of trade relations at the time. Airbus and Boeing dispute being one, steel tariffs another. So in this panel, we'll look at the potential for this new platform to take a coordinated approach to key global issues and to help try and coordinate how we look at, define new rules and standards for key technologies. Now, we have with us today an expert panel, and thank you very much, panel, for being here with us today. And we have representatives from the policy side, from industry, and from the legal side to really give you a fully rounded view of some of the issues. We have with us MEP Bernd Lange, who since 2014 has been chair of the European Parliament's Committee on International Trade. He's responsible for trade relations between the US and the EU, so welcome Bernd and thank you for being here. We also have with us Alex Rogers, a 20-year veteran of Qualcomm. He's president of Global Affairs and Technology Licensing at Qualcomm, responsible for government affairs, public affairs, very closely involved in the core issues of the TTC. And he also has oversight of Qualcomm technology licensing. And just in case anyone's not familiar with Qualcomm, it is the world's largest fabless semiconductor company, I believe. So absolutely the topic of the moment. And finally, we have with us Elaine Fahy, who's Jean Monnet Chair of Law and Transatlantic Relations and Professor of Law at the Institute for the Study of European Law, the City Law School, City University of London. Her research interests cover the relationship between EU law and global governance, trade, transatlantic relations, and the EU's area of freedom, security, and justice, and finally the study of law beyond the state, all of which is very important and relevant, I think, to the conversation we're going to have right now. So I'd like to kick off with a fairly general question to the panel. I want to know, the TTC, there was a lot of hype around it when it was launched. As I say, it came at a time when there were a few scratchy points between the EU and the US. It came after the Trump administration. And I just want to know, what are we hoping for from the TTC? What do we think it can achieve? And I'd like to go to Bernd first.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this question. I guess this Trade and Technology Council is a quite new approach. It's not a negotiation on a trade agreement. We had the TTIP experience in the past and some other experience as well. So it's a new approach trying to establish a dialogue about challenges ahead. And after the Trump government, after the administration using trade as a weapon, now a new area of cooperation happens. And this is really a good step forward. We really establish dialogues on standards for the future. I guess we will come to the details later. But please don't overestimate the exercise. Be realistic. This is a platform trying to achieve some common understanding, exchange of information, but it will not lead to a comprehensive trade agreement. Build on, we have 10 working groups, some subgroups. Let's see how the work is going on. I think it's a promising exercise with a totally new approach.
So it's interesting. Don't expect too much. It's actually a platform for dialogue.
Have vision, but be realistic.
Okay, I love that. Now let's hear industry's perspective. Do you want more from this? Do you think it should be more, or is it a platform for dialogue?
Actually, I think I'm aligned. So what we're hoping for is dialogue and more predictability, and certainly cooperation would be good. So from an industry perspective, a company like Qualcomm, we operate in a global market. And when you look at the US market and the European market combined, it's a 780 million person market, 42% of the world's GDP. And as a technology company, with the new technologies that we're offering for the market, both the US and Europe, and of course the rest of the world, very important to us. And in a time of turbulence, the more dialogue, the more cooperation, the more predictability there is, the better off we are, as is true of many multinational companies. So I think that we have a lot of optimism, but we understand, as Bernd said, this is not a trade agreement. This is an effort at cooperation on areas that we really care about.
So talking is better than not talking.
Talking is definitely better than not talking. I've learned that at home also.
Brilliant. So this sounds wonderfully optimistic and very rosy pictured and idealistic, and I'm not criticizing it, I'm just saying that's what it sounds like. So Elaine, what's the problem with that?
Well, the problem is that it is a soft law, it's a non-binding, a talking shop, a dialogue. It's supposed to be the very opposite to TTIP, this huge potential agreement that failed. So from a legal perspective, it's not certain what this is. What's its relationship with multilateralism? So I think the lawyer in me and many others will hope that the Council merges into something else or institutionalizes, but still if it's not binding law, we're not quite sure. Maybe it's doing too much in too many areas. Is it secret? Do we know enough about what it's actually doing? I find it hard to engage with as a platform myself, but still it's very exciting as an initiative to want to do global challenges. So yes, a lot there, but legally it could also do a lot more.
So it would be your feeling that for the TTC to be seen to be successful, positive, or contributing, there has to be some measurements? It has to be held to account, do you think?
Absolutely. From a legal perspective, we live in a world now where partially here online and so on, accountability matters, digitization matters, transparency matters. So the type of transnational governance that it generates, if it does, how stakeholders from industry engage, we need to know all of this. So it remains to be seen what the final outcomes can be, but the hopes are certainly high.
Brilliant, thank you.
I guess there is also a value as such, and it's proven by the coordination of the sanctions against Russia. We had the export control working group, and now on both sides of the Atlantic, everybody is knowing who is responsible for what. This was not given before, and it was easy to coordinate our measures. So to have this platform is a value as such.
Brilliant. I think I would agree with you that I'd rather we were talking than we weren't, but it would, and maybe you're right, to lower expectations because anything is a good surprise. Having covered companies for 30 years, those companies who downplay the results and outperform, it's always better. So,
can I just say that the main critique of transatlantic relations over the years has always been that it was business first. Industry was listened to first, not parliaments, not civil society as much, right? So I think the balance is a very tricky one, a very difficult one, but certainly the mood music has changed. But still the parliament is being informed about the outcomes from the commission. So, yeah, we need to know more.
Alex, I'm curious. Industry has always been consulted first in these sorts of things. I mean, how do you, as a representative of industry, do you think that's fair, or do you think you have to talk to industry first, because ultimately we are talking about creating value, we are talking about economic input. So what is your view on that?
I think it's really important to involve industry, but I think that the US and the EU initiated the TTC with a good list of topics to discuss. And so keep in mind, we're not even at the 1-year anniversary yet. This is a long-term project. And they're still trying to figure out how do you involve industry. There's no question that you have to involve industry in some of these matters, because if you try to fix things, you'll break them without getting expert advice from industry participants. But I don't think there's a matter of who's first, who's second. I think this has to come together over time. We need to be patient, and industry has a role to play.
Thank you. So we live in a very volatile world. I don't need to tell everyone here. We've had COVID. We've had now we have war. We have a lot that's very uncertain. We have a younger generation that feels there's not much of a future for them. We have an older generation that's watching the world they knew fall away beneath their feet. And we also have a whole new world order that's shaping up in front of us. The TTC is a positive in the middle of all of that. It shows dialogue is important. But I just wonder, you know, we're identifying vulnerabilities in the supply chain. None of us really knows how to do it. One of the things that struck me during COVID, less so during the Ukraine war, but during COVID, how everyone thinks of their own interests first. So I just wonder, how does the TTC overcome some of those vulnerabilities? Alex, I'll come to you first this time. How do you see the TTC will help us to overcome the vulnerabilities, to think about what it is, what autonomy we need in our own economies versus where we have mutual dependencies?
Okay, so let me talk a little bit about the semiconductor supply chain, because I think that was one of the motivating factors for TTC engagement. One of the things that we realized at Qualcomm during the pandemic was people suddenly became aware that semiconductors are important. So that was one of the good things that came out of the pandemic. And the supply chain, the supply shortage in the semiconductor space is now motivating the US and the EU economies to try to figure out how do we solve that problem. And the first way to solve the problem is to understand what the current state of affairs is. If you look at the industry now, 77% of semiconductors are manufactured in Asia. 100% of leading node semiconductors are manufactured in Taiwan.
Oh, sorry, if people didn't hear that. 100% of?
100%, somebody's objecting to my facts. 100% of leading node, leading edge semiconductors are manufactured in Taiwan and South Korea. 92% of that is in Taiwan. And so the US and Europe looks at this state of affairs and says, well, how are we going to change this going forward? And when you look at the semiconductor industry going forward, we're at a place where the revenues now for semiconductors are a little over $500 billion a year. It took us 5 decades to get to that point. Within the next decade, we will double that. We'll be a $1 trillion industry. And so it is rational for both the US and Europe, having experienced semiconductor supply shortage, to say, in this uptick of semiconductor production over the next 10 years, is there a way that we can adjust the supply chain and the geographic diversity of the supply chain to make it more reliable? Totally rational. And the important thing to do is understand that if you're going to if you're going to get a change in the geographic dispersion of the industry, and it's a very complicated ecosystem, you have to actually engage, and it's better to cooperate and understand the problem and work together to solve this problem, and work together to figure out how do you incentivize a change? How do you incentivize more manufacturing in the US? How do you incentivize more manufacturing in Europe? And how do you work together as opposed to working at cross purposes? It doesn't make any sense to work at cross purposes. So in my view, that element of the TTC, very important. One of the motivating factors, a very good topic for discussion and cooperation going forward. And I'm frankly very optimistic that changes can be made to the semiconductor supply chain that will benefit us in the future.
So, again, I absolutely agree with you. Recently seeing Intel's plan to invest in Europe and seeing how important this is to our future, a future where we'll have automated vehicles, where we're relying more and more on data. But there is a question. Europe, for example, Bernd, I'll come to you on this. The TTC and the semiconductor supply chain vulnerability. Europe has talked about having strategic open autonomy. And there's a lot of suspicion that, is the open really open? Do we really want to make everything here in Europe? Now, the TTC, does it have a role to play in keeping Europe on the straight and narrow when it comes to truly being strategically open? Do you see it as, is that some kind of a, it's keeping Europe well behaved when it comes to that particular position?
Of course, we want to have more resilience in the supply chain, that's for sure. So the pandemic shows quite clearly that there are problems in guarantee the resilience of supply chain. And then, as a consequence, the difference between demand and supply in semiconductor. So, therefore, I guess we need a kind of rapid alert system about the supply chain and how to react if there are any problems in the supply chain. For example, regarding the production capacity of vaccine inside the European Union, there was no knowledge at all at the start of the pandemic. And then we made an investigation, which companies we have, what possibilities they have, and this takes months and months, and then we could really intervene. So we need such a rapid alert system, and this will be also discussed in the frame of TTC. Secondly, of course, we should really support also the companies in reflecting in their supply chain. Sometimes it's not only the cheapest supply chain the best. So the question of due diligence in the supply chain is also an important one. And then certainly to your main question, I would really avoid to go in a trade perspective which is at the end a mercantile style of trade. So bringing all supply chain measures back to the country, reshoring, producing everything inside the European Union, inside the United States, and then trying to sell it outside the world. This is not in the interest of the European Union. Our GDP is depending on trade for 1/3. 36 million people are depending on open trade. So let's really make supply chain more resilient, more responsibility, but don't go back to a trade perspective of the last century.
I have a particular question for you, though, Bernd. When you look at this and you see the context in which this idea arose and also the context in which Europe has launched its CHIPS Act and its CHIPS plans, that reliance on Asia, the controversy we've had over supplies from China, the supply chain disruptions we're living through right now because of the close down of Shanghai and now Beijing. Is this not just a sort of platform that, does it have a negative connotation, that it's about reducing our reliance on China?
Of course, we will look to a specific strategic sector, no doubt about. But my fear is really that we look in a such broader way that then, of course, our possibilities of trade will be reduced. It's totally clear that such a really focusing on domestic production, domestic security will lead to a reaction of our trading partners. And I'm also not sure that this would be really in the interest of our trading partners, because this would also lead to a de-investment in specific countries, and this would be also lead to loss of jobs. So no, let's really try to improve the situation in the supply chain and on the ground.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So if I can just follow up a bit on the question of, we've talked about semiconductors, we've talked about how we're funding this. Both countries, the European Union and the United States are putting quite substantial subsidies behind the semiconductors. For example, subsidies will have to be a topic for the TTC, I would presume, and certainly from a legal perspective. What role do you think the TTC should have, Elaine, in terms of thinking about how we fund these sorts of things?
Well, from a legal perspective, lawyers love a good crisis. And one of the main advantages of the last few months and years has been to show the strategic dependence of the EU and US aligning very much on similar issues and legislation to similar effect, the US and the EU CHIPS Act. But there's great danger of legal convergence of norms just through very responsive regulation. And the question you asked about subsidies is how to deal with it. Throwing money at issues as all the whole world has dealt with COVID largely through massive outlays. So it's not necessarily legally, it's much more of a political question. But I think time will tell about the relationship between bilateralism and multilateralism here, how close the EU and US want to be. There still is this overarching question of the place of China. And whether it's called TTC or whether it's called TTIP, it remains the larger elephant in the room that the transatlantic relationship has not been at all aligned in this front. So I think we're seeing a very interesting legal trajectory happening, but it remains to be seen what the outcome will be, because that's a multilateral question.
So, Alex, for you, subsidies.
Yeah, so when you look at it at a broad basis, governments are interested in stimulating R&D and education in key technologies for the future. That's actually a good thing to do, and we've actually in the US have fallen off in terms of percentage of GDP. It's good to bring that back up. And then when you look at incentivizing supply chain fixes with the CHIPS Act here and the CHIPS Act in the US, the amount of money that's talked about, $50 billion roughly for both sides, is not going to be a long-term fix to the problem. But if you want private industry to change their behavior, after 2 decades, 3 decades of pushing the entire supply chain mostly into Asia, and you want them to change their behavior and diversify into the US and Europe, you have to do something to incentivize that. That makes sense. It's going to be costly. So we're in favor of that. Even if we're not a manufacturer, we're not going to receive money from the CHIPS Act, We're in favor of seeing a broader base. We want to see more suppliers, and we want to see more geodiversity. So we think it's, again, a rational thing to do. And so we think there are a lot of good elements in that both Europe and the US are moving forward on.
So you have no competitive problem with subsidies being given to the other chip makers, those with fabs, because you see it as enlarging the market for yourself?
Well, we basically we're a consumer of manufacturing. Last year we shipped 15 billion chips, but we don't make them ourselves. Somebody else has to make them for us. We'd like to see more manufacturing capacity to meet that need going forward, both in leading node and in legacy nodes as well. And so for us, seeing that money go to somebody else to build more capacity is good for the industry, it's good for us, and I think it's good for the US, and I think it's good for Europe as well.
Isn't it the taxpayer I'll come to you in a second, Bernd, but isn't it the taxpayer in a way paying for something that maybe if it would be good for you to see that somehow maybe you pay more money for that funds, rather than the taxpayer funding the 50 billion to set up fabs and paying for American companies to come into Europe. I am being provocative, but sort of as a joke, but it's serious.
No, and so I'll maybe joke a little bit. I think what the other panelists are probably better to answer questions about what the taxpayers should or shouldn't pay for than me. But Qualcomm is not looking, at its roadmap going forward in any way being dependent on government subsidies. It's just insignificant from our perspective. But other parts of the industry stimulating their decisions on how to expand, how to provide capacity, and where to do it, it's sensible for government representing the taxpayers that everybody suffered from lack of semiconductor supply. It's sensible for government to stimulate this change of thought.
So Bernd, you've been dying to come in. Go on.
Yeah, first of all, I guess we have to really investigate why among the top 10 producers of semiconductor, none of them is based in the European Union. It's Taiwan, it's South Korea, and it's the United States. I'm convinced it's not only a question of state aid, so the question of the innovation environment, the question of research, and so we have to focus on that. Secondly, I would, as a serious politician, of course, also avoid some windfall profit, just taking the state aid as possible. And thirdly, in the TTC, I guess we should really try to be transparent. So we have different systems of state aid rules in the United States, the European Union. We will never harmonize this. You know the Airbus-Boeing case for 19 years. So transparency in the conditions for state aid, in the volume of state aid, and in which cases money is given to the companies. This will be, I guess, the productive result of TTC.
Go on.
It's important to say the fact that, one of the longest running disputes between the EU and US legally was, Airbus Boeing. Trying to find information that's in transparency, the place of how consumers were so badly affected by this huge dispute, the cost of flights and so on. These are incredibly challenging things, and subsidies, I think, are a little bit of a red herring to say that this is one of the most important outcomes of TTC. Is there going to be, we're barely getting alignment on the place of workers' rights, the environment and trade agreements. So I would say to pause these things, because state aid disputes, it's very difficult to understand these even as legal disputes. The outcomes are it's impossible to challenge these things legally. The law is horrific, it's terrible, and there's a big transatlantic divide about what these things are. So I would say just to put expectations need to be radically lowered, that this is something that the TTC can solve in the face of extraordinary global challenges.
So it wouldn't have solved Airbus and Boeing in advance. We wouldn't have avoided 15 years and I don't know how many hundreds of millions of dollars. I also want to draw attention to the fact that we've got an American businessman saying, I'm okay with subsidies even though I don't receive them, and a European politician saying it's not about subsidies, it's all about the environment. So I think that's really rather unique, and thank you for that. So if we move on then to some of the very big topics we're facing at the moment in terms of climate change, green technology, we all know that we have a deadline. This is the challenge of not just a generation, but existential. We've seen a lot of improvement in US and EU relations since President Biden came into office, cooperation on trade-related environmental and climate policies. I suppose, but there's still a gap. There's still, certainly speaking to companies, I see a very big difference between European and American companies and Asian companies as well. But what do you see the role will be for the TTC in terms of bringing us closer together? Elaine, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I think the TTC has tremendous potential here because both Europe and America are legally in a very difficult place when it comes to climate and the environment, because Europe has this very exciting but difficult carbon border adjustment mechanism as a legal question. Is it extraterritorial? Does it violate WTO law? It has a green finance law at the margins of the internal market. It has a new Green Deal. Does it have the legal powers to fund it? Similarly, in the US, you see the federal courts are dealing with difficult questions about federal agencies from administration to administration. So it really suits the EU and US to have a strong multilateral agenda going forward from this, and there seems to be quite a unification of and how to deal with countries, for example, such as India. Now, so we are here today talking about the Trade and Technology Council of the US. Of course, there's also an EU-India one. So the question remains how all of these entities can speak to each other, and climate seems to be a really significant area where there's alignment, that a meeting of minds that politically this is where we can talk.
That's very encouraging. Alex.
So I'll go back to what I said initially, and that is dialogue. It's better that the two economies are talking than not. That is in and of itself a big improvement when it comes to climate. And the second thing is when you look at the agenda and you focus on the technologies that are being discussed and enabling certain key technologies, these technologies actually contribute to solving the problem. And so for Qualcomm, in two ways, we manufacture semiconductors in the mobile space, so they're very high performance, very low power. And we're moving that technology into everything else, into automotive, into IoT, into compute. So everything else is going to be designed based on the DNA of mobile to be higher performance but lower power consumption. That's a good thing. And the governments are recognizing that this is important. And then when you look at the other area of technology that we're in, 5G and on to 6G, very, very valuable in terms of enabling energy efficiency and reducing energy consumption in transportation, in industry, in managing smart utilities, in a variety of different ways. And so, again, the governments are focused on the right thing from our perspective. Enabling technologies and ensuring the implementation and rollout of technologies that can contribute to solutions.
So, and the TTC, do you think, contributes solutions? But that makes it sound like it's more firm than what we've been hearing earlier than this. Do you think it can actually lead to regulations, common regulations in terms of?
Well, standards, so now I'm going to act like a normal American businessman. We have the technology in mind. We know what our roadmap is. We know what we can accomplish. What we want to see is implementation. We want to see rollout. And if to the extent that we wind up with technologies that need more worldwide conformity when it comes to standards by industry relating to technology standards and how they're used worldwide, then having these two large economies engaged in trying to assist in that effort is a good thing. So I'm not talking about regulation with respect to the type of technology I'm talking about. I'm talking about, in a way, kind of getting out of the way and enabling the technology to be adopted and implemented as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you. Now, Bernd, when I said coordinating regulation, you shook your head.
No, of course, the question of agreement on standards for the fight against climate change is important. And there are a lot of open questions in the air. And therefore, once again, the TTC is a platform to solve problems for the future and not looking past. The question in the IT sector to agreeing on standards really, really important. It's also relevant for the global world, not only the bilateral. Or look to the charging of electric vehicles, for example, the common plug for trucks and lorries. It's a simple question, but on the other hand, it's totally complicated. Remember the question of plug for electric cars in Europe. So smart charging and all the question of transformation in the transport sector are under discussion in the TTC and will lead to some common understanding. And then, of course, also in the implementation, not as a regulation on a common base, but related to the different systems on both sides of the Atlantic. Secondly, we have to define a little bit better what really a green product is. This is also a discussion we have in the WTO about green products. Is a bicycle a green product or not? I guess we have to discuss it a little bit more deeper. When is steel, for example, a green product, and how we can give benefits for the production of green steel? So this is a little bit related to the steel tariffs dispute we had. So that's also an important question. And thirdly, in the TTC, I guess we can also avoid further trade irritation. As you know, in the European Union, we are discussing the carbon border adjustment mechanism so that we trying to avoid carbon leakage and give some protection for our measures in CO2 reduction based on the CO2 price. Everybody is knowing there will be never a CO2 price in the United States. But on the other side, there are also measures to tackle climate change. And we have to find some equivalency so that we avoid trade irritations, trade wars. And this equivalency mechanism might be also be valid for the global world. At the moment, we have around about 69 different schemes for tackling climate change worldwide. And we can't really use only the European glasses in defining which is the right measurement. So also here I see a big potential for the TTC.
I mean, I suppose one thing that just struck me while you were talking was this again, I'm coming back to this idea. It's a wonderful initiative, better to talk than not. Happened, with the arrival of Biden, but there's a real chance that Trump gets elected next time. I mean, are we confident that this TTC can sort of withstand the political shifting winds? Bernd, what do you think?
Yeah, let's see. So nothing is given forever, and this process will take time. Hopefully, it will also stay after 2 years. Nobody knows what's happened in the United States. So it's promising, but nobody knows what the outcome will be. But once again, it's better to start this process and trying to get a proper result than the time before where we just have conflicts.
What does it have to do to make sure that it's unchallengeable?
Well, I mean, is there anything is there such a thing that's unchallengeable? But one thing, for example, about carbon issues is its effects upon developing countries. And when we see the EU starting similar dialogues with India and the US, that is really important. But what matters is the longer term, as you're, I think, hinting at in your question about the multilateral, the WTO dispute settlement is in crisis. The EU and US need to work together as the key users of the largest trade organization in the world. International economic law is in a terrible place. So yes, we need the TTC to deal with such issues, however short-term, long-term it may be.
Brilliant. And Alex, your view of how we create a TTC that can outlast political shifts?
Look, I think the topics are so fundamental and so well recognized as being critical topics, no matter which political party is taking a look at them. I think that's an important foundation. The other thing that I think, I certainly recognize in the U.S., whether I'm talking to Democrats or Republicans on the Hill, they recognize the need for multilateralism. Because the problems ahead of us are so enormous. And again, when you bring these two economies together and you set an agenda like the agenda that they've set, you recognize that this is important for literally decades to come. I think you need to approach it with a lot of energy right now, but I also think you need to understand that some patience is going to be required, and this needs to be a long-term project. So I actually see bipartisan support for cooperation on these topics generally. There's some issues, obviously, where there are going to be sharp disagreements, but I'm, again, optimistic that this will continue regardless of election outcomes.
Thank you. Now, I'm just going to say to the audience, I think that clock's wrong, guys, by the way. I'm just going to say to the audience that we can open up for questions right now for the next sort of 10 minutes. If people want to ask questions, please feel free to do so. I see some hands. And the thing I would ask you to do is to introduce yourself, is point number one. Number two is please do make it a question rather than a statement. So please.
Hello, I'm Ciprian Grumaz. I'm a researcher here in law. Maybe a question for Mr. Lange and Professor Fahey. Is the Parliament happy with the role the Commission might offer in these councils, given that the European Parliament eventually becomes co-legislator for some of the proposals? And if the European Parliament should have a role in this context, is it prepared to come with a real input, given the high technicalities of the issues and the fact that the MEPs have a very small team, maybe sometimes dealing with general issues? Thank you.
Who wants to take that first?
The simple answer would be yes, Parliament is satisfied. No, there is, of course, the lesson learned from the TTIP negotiation. I guess most of you remember it was a totally intransparent exercise. Even the parliamentarians had no access to the documents. Civil society was excluded. And the TTC, and I personally discussed this with Catherine Tai, the USDR in the United States, that this exercise has to be totally different. It is transparent. All documents are available. We have a civil society dialogue in parallel. The trade unions are on board. And the parliament on both sides as well. So in my committee, we have a monitoring group where we are regularly discussing with the Commission about the progress in the TTC, also in the 10 different working groups. We had a briefing now for the TTC meeting a few days in Paris, and immediately after the responsible commissioners, Vestager and Dombrovskis, will come into my committee to discuss the outcome of this meeting in Paris. So I guess the Parliament is really on board, of course not at the table. And I guess that's also the right way, because we have the executive and the legislative power, and we should not mix it. I want to be free to criticize even the Commission, therefore I should not be at the table, otherwise it's not possible.
Thank you, Bernd.
I think it's an extremely important question. I mean, I think Bernard is outlining the really important ways in which the Parliament is engaged. This is not a trade negotiation. TTC is not a trade negotiation. But very recently, the Parliament seemed to be excluded from the lobster agreement, a lot of EU-US issues. And it mightn't sound important to some people, but I think we've seen, it's not just at Europe, it's at international economic law. We see increasingly civil society saying we want to be on board, we want to shape the rules. You know, our whole lives have been totally digitized, and yet there's no agreement in international law between goods and services. You can't buy a child's toy or a watch without getting an app, or you can't go to whatever. So like the law is far, far behind. So it matters that more people are taking part in the rules. Unsurprisingly, they'll be better if they're not. So I think we need to be very careful what happens about, you know, this situation, which is not an agreement, and how it evolves, because increasingly it matters when Parliament, civil society is excluded. The rules are just bad. Huh?
Brilliant. Thank you. Do we have another question? There's one there at the back. Again, please say who you are and what organization you're from.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Apurv. I'm from India. I'm currently a policy leader fellow at UI. My question to the panel was on the long-term effects of the economic and trade and technology sanctions on Russia on the architecture of our globalized world. I understand that they were necessary in face of Russia's aggression and United Nations helplessness. But the speed with which global public goods were converted into instruments of foreign policy has raised concerns in capitals around the world. And already you can see nations recalibrating their engagement with international actors on issues of trade and technology. What can Europe and America do to assure the world that access to trade and technology will remain global public goods? Or are we comfortable in living in a world where everything is weaponized because we have access to a lot of these tools in our hands?
Thank you. That's a very good question. I'm going to go to Alex first, the weaponization. I mean, it's also a weaponization of companies, weaponization of sectors. How comfortable are you and how confident are you that with the situation, how confident are you that you won't be weaponized?
Look, I think any technology company that's operating in the current environment is going to share similar concerns because we're trying to navigate this set of dynamics. And it gets more and more complicated every year. The notion of export control has changed dramatically in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So the concern that was expressed is a concern that we think about as well. And my short answer to the question is I don't know how this is going to work out in the future. But what is obvious to basically everybody is that an extraordinary and violent event happened that triggered this response. And you can debate, I suppose both sides can debate whether or not the economic response to that event was proportional. But it was an extraordinary event. It is an extraordinary event still. People are dying and suffering right now. But I think that's by way of distinguishing it from weaponizing these tools in ordinary circumstances, not extraordinary circumstances. But I have the same questions, and we think about the same problem. And every multinational company in technology is thinking about these things and trying to understand how to work through it and mitigate risk.
Very uncertain times. And from a legal perspective, Elaine, what's your view?
Well, the EU and US are two of the most significant sanctions users in the world. They're the biggest regimes on the planet, and in some respects it's a natural evolution that they use these powers in these ways. It's not necessarily surprising that there is such a it's the breadth of them, right, is the interesting point. But I think the EU and US have aligned very much on the sanctions question, but they are different looking. If you look at the specific entities and so on, there still are quite considerable nuances between them. So I think it's not surprising to see this go onto the TTC agenda because it's such a huge agenda anyway. But I think it's more from an international perspective about how the rule of law, commitments to it, legalization, what are the place of courts to challenge these things. I'm not suggesting that the sanctions are incorrect and so on, but they are very significant questions about our legal system, our legal order to try to shut down an economy, to try to shut down something. So yes, these are very, very significant users of sanctions that have gone very far, and clearly it's a part of a global challenge right now for the TTC.
But is it a new world order?
I would really make a distinction between the sanction against Russia and weaponizing of trade. The sanction against Russia are a universal approach to defend the sovereignty of a state. You have the resolution of the United Nations. Weaponizing of trade, using trade or investment as a weapon to force a policy change is totally a different case, and I'm totally against. We have several try worldwide. A big partner tries to force the European Union not to establish a digital tax, for example, perhaps using trade measures. To avoid such a system, we are just preparing a piece of legislation, an anti-coercion instrument, that we can defend fair trade and investment and not weaponizing trade. And then on the question of public goods, yeah, we have to discuss this in the frame of WTO. In some cases, I'm going a line, we have perhaps to review our regime of intellectual property rights. By the way, on vaccine, the European Union, South Africa, and India, and the United States negotiated some months to review the possibilities for the patent-free production of vaccine. And just today, the compromise text was presented to the other WTO members. So there is a movement possible.
Brilliant, thank you. Are there any more questions from the audience at all? Ah, there's one just over there.
Hi, I'm Patricia. I'm from the Philippines. I am a policy leader fellow at the EUI. Sorry, I joined a bit late, so maybe you covered this already. But I wanted to ask about the representation of labor groups and organizations. Are they part of the TTC? From what I read about the TTC last year, the EU Parliament was pushing for these groups to be part of the Council. But I'm also wondering how that process will go, considering that these groups in general are opposed to, for example, transatlantic trade deals because of accusations of, for example, lowered labor standards or lowered safety standards. So I'm wondering about that process. Thank you.
Thank you. It's also a very good question. And Bernd, are unions, are workers' representatives involved? Should they be?
So, as I mentioned in the TTC discussion, it was set that trade unions are on board, and the interests of trade unions are playing a big role. Probably, I'm quite sure that next week in Paris there will be a subgroup constituted for the social dialogue between business, trade union, and governments, a three-party project, quite innovative, by the way, for the United States. As I mentioned, the TTC will not lead to a comprehensive trade agreement. And this would be also, in the question of workers' rights, a little bit complicated. As you know, we as European Parliament want to see as a precondition for a trade agreement the ratification of the 8 core ILO conventions, and until now the United States have only ratified 2 of them. I will not comment this. So this might be then complicated, but the current government, the administration, is quite clear that they are believing in a workers-centered trade policy. That is a quote from Catherine Tai, and in some areas we are working together to strengthen the workers' rights in partner countries in Latin America, but also in Asia.
Thank you. Alex, I'm going to come to you. The reason I'm looking at my phone is I noticed the Department of Commerce just 2 weeks ago put out a statement about a stakeholder meeting, and they list the groups that they had there. They had industry, but they did actually have the AFL-CIO present. What do you see as the role in the TTC of labor? What influence should labor have? How involved should it be?
So,
what are the challenges?
I mean, obviously, what was expressed there in terms of how workers are going to be treated and kind of the flow of new commercial opportunities. From our perspective, from Qualcomm's perspective, we're very, very focused on the key issues in terms of new emerging technologies that are being discussed, and companies that are actually creating those technologies and understand the roadmap need to be consulted. We're very focused on the discussion around international standards, and particularly with respect to cellular, and maintaining a healthy standards, open and fair and technical meritocracy in standards. That's critically important. So none of the issues that we're really focused on involve labor, as directly certainly. But I understand that they're involved, and that's fine. I think having all the stakeholders being able to participate and having transparency, as Bern said, is very important.
And it's what you were saying earlier, Elaine, that if you don't involve people, the rules, not that we're going to make rules with the TTC, but the standards or coordination will be rubbish. That's your view?
It all sounds wonderful, but of course the EU and all of its post-Lisbon trade agreements has wildly different variations with all of the leading developed economies of the world as to the place of labour rights. Japan, Korea, very different. The Brexit agreement, not necessarily a very coherent position at an international level, what the EU is saying to the rest of the world, and some blithe references to international law. We see a very different mood music from the US trade representative saying this is really going to change. So I think the EU actually has it's a much tougher task as to what the EU can achieve here. I think the focus is a lot, perhaps unfairly, on the US, when in fact the EU itself could do a huge amount more to say, why it doesn't push certain partners to make better commitments. For example, particularly like Japan, things that are supposed to be developed trade agreements with developed economies. So I think Europe has a lot to do here, and this is a very important agenda and place to do it.
Brilliant, thank you. Now, I am going to take over the final question. We've only got 2 minutes, so you're all going to have to do this one very quickly, and it's a very complex issue, because we haven't really talked about data. We haven't talked about how the TTC can help bring together the EU and the US differences. They've had big differences of opinion on the use of data. So how do you see data usage evolving in the coming years and the roles of the TTC in that? Bernd?
Important is that the TTC is really also a signal to the outside world. So it's not just a bilateral exercise focusing on domestic policy. A lot of articles in the probably outcome of the meeting in Paris is dealing with the WTO engagement in the multilateral system, and I would like really to see the TTC as an engine for strengthening the multilateral system. I know that some see the TTC as a kind of block building like minus countries and the rest of the world. This is not my intention, and I hope that TTC is really a stone for strengthening the multilateral system.
That's a great answer.
Really quickly, digital transformation is coming, and it's going to be pervasive. And a cloud economy where all the data was pushed to the cloud is going to be flipped to a different sort of structure where the data is on a connected and intelligent edge. And our concern is, as we enable that transformation, is to make sure that the TTC understands how to deal with that, because the landscape, the technology landscape, and where data is originated and managed is going to change.
Fantastic, thank you. And finally, I'll come to Elaine, because data usage, big gaps between the two. You have 10 seconds.
There's a fantastic convergence of norms between the EU and US with the Transatlantic trade privacy agreement. So this looks like an extremely exciting future to have a court. Institutions matters, robustness of protection of rights matters. So I think this is a very exciting agenda going forward, and the TTC is just mood music in the background of something quite extraordinary that's taking place if it does actually come to fruition.
Fabulous. Well, I want to thank our panel for a really interesting session, and I'm sorry for throwing you a difficult question in the last 2 minutes, but thank you very much, everybody, and thank you to the audience.
And thank you very much to Peggy there for that masterful moderation. Thanks to Bernd Lang, to Elaine Fahy, and to David there from Qualcomm. It was a fascinating discussion. And now, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, because the time has come for the keynote speech of the day, or rather, the keynote dialogue. And for this part, I would like to welcome Professor Kalypso Nicolaïdis, the Chair of Global Affairs of the School of Transnational Governance, and her EUI students.
I don't know if we have the moral and psychological strength to do it.
Do I have any specific fear? The main one is the ongoing tension that has persisted between the individual and the collective. To what extent we will be able to find compromises between the rights of the individual and the responsibilities that we have as far larger communities.
For me, Europe does not suit us very well. I would like there to be more of sense of unity among young Europeans, a denser network of interconnection.
I think Europe represents to me a center where people can connect to each other and also exemplify amazing living conditions.
I think my biggest fear for the European Union is the fact that it seems to be dismantling little by little, especially as we've seen through the Brexit and similar French movements.
I used to be quite pro-European Union. I still am, because I don't really believe in borders. I like the whole global citizenship thing, but not the way it's done now.
Signore e signori, is Europe fit for the next generation? As you just heard, I've been discussing this impossible question in the run-up to our gathering with our protagonist behind the scene and her fellow EUI students from across the world, because hey, they are the next generation. Of course, to my social science colleagues, I conceded outright. They're not a representative sample, just a fascinating and privileged one. They can dazzle us with brilliance or baffle us with bullshit. But if by next generation we mean Generation Z, born before and after the next millennium, too young to be in charge but too old not to care, well then, it's them. We talked about many things, but we found it really hard to make predictions, especially about the future. And especially when you're bombarded every morning by news of war in the Ukraine. Thankfully, this conference has come up with brilliant answers. Thank you, participants, for your scan of EU fitness. Its muscular actions, its flexible regulation, its resilient institutions. You're probably thinking, as we've heard in the last 2 days, this is not a blank page. For years, we boomers, boom boom, have done our best to make Europe fit for them. When COVID hit, we even broke all our fitness rules in order to create the Next Generation Fund. In their name, 750 billion euros of it. But here there's skepticism.
Thanks for the bazooka fund in our name, but if you borrowed it in our name too, can you really say, don't worry, foreign corporations and polluters will pay? And when you spend it in our name with greenwashing and all, shall we not have a say?
To which, ladies and gentlemen, you will admittedly respond, your turn will come. We were the next generation once, and you are the next ancestors. So where shall the generations meet? I grant you this is not an easy challenge. Polling by our partner, YouGov, confirms what we all already know. We are different species. They watch movies on phones. We don't. They Spotify and cryptify. We don't. They diss separate toilets and heteronormativity, do we? They say no to plastic bags and any jokes on any minority. So we call them snowflakes. They say meat, no. Father of the bride, no. Have we reached gender equality? Ethnic blindness? We say, kinda. They say, no. Do they remember '89? No. But please, boomers, zoomers, don't call the whole thing off, because we've got the translation manual right on time for the French presidency. So for égalité,
say community.
For liberté,
say non-conformity.
For fraternité,
say intersectionality.
Hey, we seem to speak the same tongue after all. So, our conversation could start with a simple premise. The EU has always been predicated on learning the right lessons from the past. But what if, instead, we were going to learn lessons from the future? You know, not the way the EU machinery does it, through forecasting and foresight units embedded, but lessons from the futures imagined by the next generation. Warning, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a mind game, or not just a mind game, for where better than in this magnificent Salone del Cinquecento, with its secrets behind its walls, can we proclaim, imagination is real. Proclaim that imagination must be the ground on which academics bring policymakers and politicians. How else, some of us critical international relations scholars argue, can we prepare for futures where nuclear deterrence fails? Climate loops accelerate, the global financial system implodes, and bees cease to be. How else can we sustain our democratic societies if those who are learning to be citizens do not imagine themselves as authors of their own destiny? In an age where all others authority figures have fallen, gods, kings, nations, profs. How else can next gen resist the colonization of their future by us if in that future the dead have tied the hands of the living? So where did these conversations take us? Like fellow profs in the room, all my life I've felt challenged or vindicated in equal measures by my students on both sides of the Atlantic, from when they were my age to now, when they are my children's age. But in these SOU conversations, I found myself more than ever in the predicament of rorty liberal ironist, agnostic about the adequacy of my liberal vocabulary, but impressed by theirs and their display of the Enlightenment quality that is so lacking in today's politics. And so needed by the EU. Yes, doubt. Doubt of the tragic kind. You're right and you're right. Oh, glorious ambivalence. Or doubt as in paradoxes and blank spaces, as we saw. And doubt about their own worthiness. Stop idealizing us, Kay. And so I had to promise that I would argue this in my own name, Z. Forget Russia's recent hijack. For 2,000 years, the letter Z that your generation bears happens to mean, in Greek, to live. It's okay if you don't imagine dying for Europe. We didn't either, even us. You can spell our transnational promise instead with the ways you live the future in your daily present every day of the week, not only on Fridays. So when my generation asks, Europe fit for you? Why not imagine instead what it would be like for Europe's transformation to be powered by next-gen software? And what would our Europe be like if it became you? Adopted your look and feel, shed its old skin, and became comfortable in yours. Yes, Youth Chameleon EU. Our journey in 3 acts: hope, then freedom, and finally peace.
So many things where you don't know like what to care about. And I wrote a piece, or I wrote some thoughts down for the speech this afternoon because I was really inspired by what we had said in the meeting. But now again, I'm in such a different mindset. It literally makes my heart race, not in a good way. And yeah, and I know there's so many people who feel like this. And I think it's just so sad.
Okay, boomers, let's talk about hope. My conversation with Gen Z's future selves invariably started in a limbo between hope and hopelessness. From a 10-year vista, they plead, save our seas, save our bees, save us old non-human beings. The future and the present put them in a permanent existential angst, even existential angst about having existential angst. YouGov tells us that Gen Z is twice as frustrated, stressed, lonely, sad as us, sad as you heard her after reading, yes, the IPCC report. Thankfully, they're also more energetic and inspired. Yeah, totally whimsical. So, how do we hear their two entangled story, one more familiar than the other? There is the more familiar cycle of life story. Call it being young. We will be worse than our parents. Job evictions, house evictions on our horizon. So what we need for the EU to do in his youth strategy is, well, you know, more universal income and services. Hey, paid internship and equal pay for equal job too at EUI. And then there is there's the parallel story. Call it the cohort story. Z's unique slice of life in the stream of history, where they no longer speak as the children of their parents, but as the parents of their children. The children, too many of them cannot imagine wanting to bring into this world. What's the point, they say, since these kids would hurt the planet and the planet would hurt them? And since these kids would never hear birdsong, climate and biodiversity collapse is our destiny. Thankfully, they don't indulge in despair too long. There are techno festivals to go to. Damn it. So seriously, truth is, UZs are not the weak ones. You despair at institutions that can't prevent self-destruction, and still you step up. You hang on to the hope that if enough of you do the right thing, when you eat and when you heat, when you move and when you cool, this will all amount to something.
Because we know that become now what you want the world to be is not just a stupid motto. Because we know that hope is about carrying on fighting when you have to given up on naive optimism.
I don't think my generation is truly capable of thinking, living like you do. This tenuous but deep connection between your daily lives and the ripples they create across space and time, between the butterfly and the planet, even as we speak knowingly of the green premium or carbon neutral lifestyles and call you the narcissistic generation. So let's bring on Chameleon EU and find proxies for being you. We shall make the EU's new mantra, it is urgent to act long term. Sure, the EU machinery is rightly proud to have learned emergency mode in the last decade's multi-crisis. 4 years to agree or agree to disagree on the euro debt crisis, 4 months on refugees, 4 weeks on COVID, and now 4 days on Ukraine. Wow! And yet, in all these crises, we fail to imagine other futures for each of these recent pasts, when at every juncture, with EU imprimatur, we could have future-proofed loud and clear for 2, 10, 50 years horizon. Because let's face it, the EU can't be a classic democracy where you can throw the rascals out. But it can be a democracy with foresight. It can pivot from the politics of space to the politics of time and commit to sustainable integration, where we rejoin the paths not taken to these foregone futures that would have transformed yours, to finally transform how we consume and not just where we produce, how we redistribute work, value, and risk, and reward the burdens of sacrifice.
So, will Chameleon EU mainstream eco-socialism by nudging and banning to help our societies and cities act more like us? Will Chameleon EU finally empower those not only in Europe, but in the rest of the world, those least responsible in the past, poorest in the present, and most vulnerable in the future?
Social and global justice. And with Ukraine, will Chameleon EU resist the temptation to resource its lethal addictions, slow down cold elimination, give up mitigation for adaptation? Will you, Chameleon EU, heed the young who recycle everything, even their anger, whether they'll have these kids or not? Heed scientist rebellion, who have joined them in despair at their climate trackers to call for a revolution. EU, you say, we can wait no longer to institutionalize their anger. Prove it. Decarbonize.
Hello there, it's Athena. I just heard that you were one of the randomly selected person for the EU Citizens Permanent Assembly. Like, I'm so excited for you. I was just having a look back at the pictures from when I was at the conference on the future of Europe. Like, was it, what, a decade ago? Like, crazy. And also, like, the fact that we're going to be in the same city, finally, like, crazy as well, right? But anyway, like, I really hope you're excited as well. Like, and what is the topic for this year? Is it digital voting on EU policy, or was it rebranded as the Green New Deal? Like, I can't really keep up. And I still have to vote for this week, like European Parliament's proposal, but I forgot my Compass login details. Like, do you reckon you can do anything about that? So, anyways, sending love, and I'm really excited to hear all about your thoughts. Bye-bye.
Okay, Boomer, let's talk about freedom. About what it would take to dispel Gen Z's hopelessness blues. See how in their EU-topia, freedom is more than a voice, but the capacity to act. Act in spaces for radical democracy. EU, if you manage to beat Elon Musk's mojo by 2030, goodbye today's youth abstention. Hello, political emancipation. Here are our 5 imagined makeover headlines for Chameleon EU.
Headline 1, 2030 Chameleon EU defies binaries.
Forget for or against us, EU versus national pride. EU versus national pride? Both, or anything in between. Since for most Zoomers anyway, Brussels and the member states are means to two ends that matter most, the local and the global. In this non-binary world, a fit Europe has its heads in the cloud, hopefully a public cloud, and its feet on the ground. We do want more EU in health, security, climate, but as what the EU does goes up, how the EU does it goes down, all the way down. In this non-binary world, membership is not black and white. When the Albanians and Ukrainians of this world come knocking at the door, we don't say one size fits all. For we learned with COVID how Europe is made of many circles of autonomy, ever bigger ones powered by ever smaller ones, connected together, cities, neighborhoods, regions, flat communities.
Headline 2, 2030 Chameleon EU requires enthusiastic consent.
Consent, the magic word for these. After future check, Europe 2030 ticks the consent box in zillions of exciting ways. Enthusiastic consent, democratic consent. The next generation wants to consent with passion, not resignation. Not for nothing did 2030, Sarah. Remember how 200 randomly selected citizens descended upon us in Florence as part of the world's biggest ever experiment in participatory democracy, and how they decided together then and then in our EUI that their experience should be institutionalized. I remember too how random Gen Z in the assembly understood better than the politicians the old Athenian and Machiavellian democratic intuition that if individually they could be anyone, random, collectively then they represent everyone. And I remember how they reinvented the meaning of represent as to be present again in a space where the ruled can become the ruling. Democratic mindfulness, if you will.
Headline 3, 2030 Chameleon EU champions the power of watching without being watched.
It empowers the young. If in their hands smartphones could wage a smart resistance in Ukraine, they're now mobilized to wage a smart war on corruption and nepotism in Ukraine too. It embraces the power of collective intelligence through an EU democratic panopticon, where distributed funds and privileges are exposed for all to see. EU 2030 has set up a mega platform for citizens to take in their hands and to tell their rule of law stories. Is rule of law, after all, not the most precious human invention of all time? And EU 2030 does not hold its punches to empower the foot soldiers of democracy everywhere, journalists, lawyers, activists, civil society organizations.
Headline 4, 2030 EU Chameleon EU embraces the
invisibility paradox. You know how Gen Z wants both hyper-visibility, pride, recognition, and hyper-invisibility, ignore my difference. So let Chameleon EU show off visibly what it does best and still become so transparent, so confident, so indispensable that it ends up being invisible, just like any good parent, right? So if next gen's coal and steel is data and trust, whatever disruptive technology might dawn upon us, well then let us rejoice at Brussels' new rules for platforms. Platforms that seek to entrust us as subjects, again, give us digital humanism and sovereignty against state or corporate control. Will they protect us against techno-authoritarianism, against algorithmic determinism? We'll see. But in 2030, Europe's invisible digital public space could have become a space where the Union nurtured trust for the next generation. We won't have the GAFA, but we will guard the data.
Final 2030 headline: the EU bursts out of its iron cage as trans. Transtemporal, transnational, translocal, transboundary, transscale, translational democracy.
Fact is, this third generation has democratic transformation in its flesh, has been underway for a while doing it. You know, third democratic transformation after the city-states of antiquity and the era of national parliaments. The youth really are the third democratic transformation. Their participatory imagination starts with little victories of autonomy which connect and spread, with retooling democracy for their own purposes, with appropriating the online sphere to derive offline principles of privacy and respect, with offering local public goods through their local activism, care, or energy communities. In short, they are experimenting with futures the EU could embrace. So, officialdom. It's not easy to let citizens take back control inside the EU, but these are doing it anyway. So the EU can sit back and watch their democratic effervescence, or it can be part of the action and make Citizen Power Europe its new geopolitical sex appeal. Yes, prove it, democratize. Okay, boomers, our time is not up yet. Let's talk about peace. My students' conversations always came back to peace in the end. EU is on the ball, right? Macron is back and Brussels got a brand new strategic compass, as we just heard. But what if, we discussed, the EU had drank the Kool-Aid and offered next gen the job description, EU captain to steer the Union through these uncharted post-Ukraine war waters towards new peace. Well, the bad news is apparently they would be quite reluctant to take the job offer. What's the point when you don't really trust institutions? And let's face it, they're not as consumed by Europe as we were, not inclined to swap nationalism of the old kind for Euro-nationalism. But hey, well, a job is a job. So they would cross-examine their recruiter Peace? Why, they would ask, before the Ukraine war, did you keep repeating that Europe as a peace project is a thing of the past, that it needs a new raison d'être because the young take peace in Europe for granted? Haven't we grown up seeing kids blown up to pieces from Baghdad to the Bataclan? Aren't we inheriting a world of AI-enabled weapons, outer space wars, and of course, arm export galore? And peace? Peace for whom anyway? Peace for our extended neighborhood, to whom we have subcontracted the management of our borders? And the instability that goes with it? Is Europe's not a peace borrowed from the rest of the world? Our precious free movement predicated on ever higher fences against it? What if our refugee-in-chief, Europa, you know, the foreign princess abducted and raped by Zeus, what if she had been on one of these dinghies, pushed back off the coast of Crete in the darkest recesses of European law, the very first target of double standards? What would our continent be called? These questions might put the pragmatic recruiter on edge. Next gen just don't get Clark liberal hypocrisy, the necessary distance between aspiration and reality. And they have no experience of multilateralism, right? The EU big thing. Not true. Hear me, recruiter. Haven't you watched the screens? Social multilateralism is in their DNA. See how they can take part in 2, 3, 4, 5 threads at once with different protagonists in different registers? They are experts in the politics of recognition, as their software instructs a sort of casual tolerance at their best. Not even about putting themselves in the shoes of others, à la Ricoeur, but about creating the common ground where everybody feels comfortable in their own shoes. You know the difference between the introvert and the Finn. You know, the introvert, when he looks at you, he looks at his own shoes. The Finn looks at your shoes. I wasn't going to make that joke. So Gen Z's ingredient for the elusive peace recipe includes nurturing relational boundary. We call this the relational approach to IR. They think one planet, one fate, yeah, but they don't worship borderlessness. In fact, their familiarity with boundaries is more intimate than ours, as they manage theirs with extreme care. Boundaries that must be affirmed or discarded on reciprocal and fair terms. So, you see, recruiter, with them on board, a geopolitically awakened Europe would be much more than merely awake. It would run the peace marathon on steroids. A rule-based world order? They ask. Well, yes, but of the feminist kind, where fitness measures do not conform to Olympic league tables. My medal, my GDP, my missile is bigger than yours. Strategic autonomy? Yeah, but where autonomies are combined to ward off a sadly for us, fragmented, splintered world. Market power Europe? Yeah, but where we apply our internal experience with legal and institutional empathy and other regarding habits to our relationship with the rest of the world. Strategic empathy in action that minimizes unilateral moves, amplifies cooperative designs and investments, and uses its power for the global uplift of humanity. Recruiter, are you seduced? Ready to shake hands? But they have one last ask. And it's not the kind you can negotiate over coffee. Are you boomers on board with Decolonize 2.0?
Please don't say been there, done that. Don't say the EU is not its member states, those that colonized in the distant past.
Don't say we've atoned plenty since then, channeled post-imperial largesse and normative power their way.
Decolonize means so much more, especially now, when the rest of the world feels the shockwaves from the Eurocentric peace bubble and its ethnocentric solidarity.
Decolonize means revisiting how we remember the EU's virgin mythology, as if they did not first try to unite Europe in order to manage their colonies together. It means stepping out for good from the long shadow of civilizing mission, model talk, moralistic hubris, paternalism, and unilateral universalism.
Drop the being humble for being courageous enough to face the world without our club card.
It means to decolonize inside too, give voices to the kids of immigrants, de-index West to whiteness. Yes, talk about race. It means reversing the gaze by learning from how others, including indigenous people everywhere, do democracy, mediation, Sarah, sustainability. It means acknowledging that modernity is a global co-creation.
The connected local struggles of the youth around the world, victimized by the greed of strong men that Europe pampers.
It means disentangling the Western transatlantic bond from the precious universal invocation of liberté, libertad, hurria, zio.
Come and join us. Embrace Decolonize 2.0.
In sum, decolonize means making Europe a true post-colonial power, retooling transnational governance to serve the global South, nurturing tech for peace, and a cosmopolitics of life, and embracing the kind of planetary politics called for by 2 billion young people around the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, imagine if the youth were to become our faces to the world. Their geopolitics of recognition would also be about food, music, and art galore. They would erase the pain of not being seen by Europeans, and they would know when to say nothing. Just be there and listen.
Athena, don't worry, not too much.
Anna, that's not true.
Unfair. I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool. The three ideas of decarbonize, democratize, and decolonize. I thought they were pretty catchy.
Sounded really good, actually. Let's hope it sounds good enough for people to actually listen.
I felt represented somehow. I mean, with the existential fear especially, kind of feeling re-traumatized already.
It's basically all our discussion rounds in one text. It's creepy.
Okay, I don't know, I guess not too bad for a boomer.
Honestly, I think it's too soon to decide yet, because it's not over. Let's see how it ends.
The things you ignore will knock at your door.
Do you
hear the youth?
You hear the youth?
Listen to our realities.
Even absurdities.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes to decarbonize.
Whatever it takes to democratize.
Whatever it takes to decolonize.
Yes, yes. It will take new daring, whatever it takes for Europe to be fit for the next generation. And it will take Youth Chameleon EU to do it, because the young carry decarbonize in their flesh, democratize at their fingertips, and decolonize in their mind. Because they, pragmatic idealists, Know that the earth, not the sky, is our limit, because they're already fluent in the new language Europe is inventing as we speak, a language that conjures up a progressive spiral of history, the language of circles. Circular economy, circular democracy, circular migration, agora circles, circles of autonomy, circles of solidarity tattooed in the COVID generation. And because, like the EU, they need both tough love and tender loving care. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in expressing a sentiment that I believe all of you share, a sentiment that overwhelms me today more than ever. Gratitude. Gratitude to the next generation, to you. Thank you for reclaiming your passion, with passion, a future we colonize by our actions and inactions, by our decisions and indecisions. Thank you, fit or unfit you, with or without kids, for inspiring us to pledge our commitment to a world that will become you. Weird, fantastic, exhilarating you. Thank you. What? No. We applaud. What time is it? Can't see the time.
So we have some time for maybe 2 questions, and we really want to bring in you into the conversation. That's what we're used to, the whole room. So whoever wants to speak, share their thoughts, please raise your hand, and then one of us will bring the mic, because we have all the mics on stage.
Don't be shy. Mentimeter?
Yeah, there is also the Mentimeter, and if you go on mentimeter.com and then put in the code 44035943, you can also join the conversation over the monitor, which might be a bit less intimidating. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Thank you. Thank you for this inspiring talk, and thank you for, and I want to make everyone aware that most people on stage are currently wearing a red ribbon someplace, and Kalypso mentioned it during the talk, equal pay for equal work. And I want to thank you for doing that, because it sounds, are you familiar with this kind of joke? A Greek researcher, a Spanish researcher, and an Estonian researcher walk into a bar. The joke is that they can only do that twice a month because they don't have enough money to after food and rent is due. So we demand equal pay for equal jobs for the EUI researchers, and I have some leaflets. I'll give it to you, because currently a Greek researcher receives about 3 times less than someone from the north of Europe. So the UI is currently fostering in this way a Europe unfit for the next generation, and we can work on that, and we must work on that. And I, again, thank you for wearing the ribbon, for listening to the researchers' demands, and in total for being here today, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping the good fight and taking it to your member states. We're doing everything we can here. So absolutely with you. We're all wearing it.
And I think it's now my time, as always, as the young person, to say time is running out. Do something. But for us, it's time to get off stage. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Well done, Professor Kalypso and your students, for what I must say was one of the most enjoyable keynote dialogues that I've ever seen. So congratulations to you all for that. It looks like tremendous work and thought went into what was a very thought-provoking keynote dialogue. So thank you so much for that. It's just a shame that all our high-level politicians and policymakers have already left the room, because I'm sure you would have liked to have heard what they would have had to say in reaction as well to that very fantastic keynote dialogue. And one thing that struck me in that keynote dialogue that Professor Kalypso said was that the rule of law is one of the most precious human inventions ever made. And that leads me on, I see, to our last panel discussion of SOTU 2022. And that is all about rule of law. This is an all-female panel that will be moderated by Glenda Sluga. She's the Director of Research and Professor at the Department of History and Civilization. She'll be joined on stage by Beatrice de Graaf, a distinguished professor from the Faculty of Humanities at Utrecht University. And they'll also be joined on stage by Shalina Randiere, the President and Rector Professor at the Central European University and host of the podcast Democracy in Danger, perhaps. So in just a minute, they'll be joining me here up on stage for the last panel of today's SOTU. I hope you're all enjoying the day and the last 2 days, in fact. There's been a lot of food for thought. So yeah, looking forward to the next panel, which should start in about 30 seconds once they can come up on stage. So this is Glenda. Glenda, what should we expect in this last final panel debate at the SOTU 2022?
Well, you might expect this would have been the first session because we're going to go back to the past. Having gone forward into the future, we're going to talk to some extremely distinguished scholars about how the past helps us think about the future. And in this context, of course, Europe has an extraordinary history, and we're going to delve into that to revisit some of the themes that have been discussed over the last 2 days. A very busy 2 days, and thank those of you who are still here with us. We're going to have a wonderful discussion.
Amazing. I cannot wait. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
So thank you for being here with us this afternoon. As I just mentioned, we're going to go back into the past to think about the future. And I'll just briefly introduce the two wonderful scholars I have here with me this afternoon, early evening. Professor Sauli Niinistö, who is the president of the Central European University, and I can talk more about why I invited her to be with us this afternoon later on. But just to let you know, the key, most important thing is that Professor Niinistö is in fact an extraordinary scholar. She's a sociologist, anthropologist, who's really left her mark in the field as well as on the institutions that shape much of the higher education learning in different parts of Europe. And we also have with us another wonderful colleague, Professor Beatrice de Graaf, who is a distinguished professor of humanities at Utrecht University. And if you're in the audience and you're Dutch, you'll probably know her as a very famous Dutch person who's on television a lot, speaking about major issues to do with security and terrorism. So I'm really pleased that I have a chance to speak with both of these wonderful women. So I'm going to start actually with Professor Niinistö, who I've been discussing Europe's past within a particular context, and that is the interest currently in the question of decolonizing Europe, why it's important and what it means, what it might look like, and where it fits in thinking about a future Europe as well. So, Professor Randeria, you have been crucial in conceptualizing both the decolonising of the past and the present, but also actually giving us a concept, entangled histories, to think about that past. So I wonder if you could talk a bit more how you see the, thinking about the past and where it might take us.
So thank you. I think the concept of entangled histories takes us right into the heart of the matter. It's a way of thinking beyond Eurocentrism, but instead of looking for an alternative to Eurocentrism in either a civilizational discourse or falling into narrow nationalism, it's trying to think about connections between Europe and the rest of the world, and to think about these connected histories as part of the common world which we share. So in German, I first coined the term geteilte Geschichte. So German geteilte is an interesting word because it means shared and divided at the same time. English can't do it, so in English I termed it entangled histories. But the idea was to think about Europe as different from the self-mythologizing narratives that Europe has about itself. So one paradoxical aspect of that in the European self-imagination is to think of itself both as unique and as universalizable. And it's a difficult thing to square the circle there. The other point about that is that Europe has thought about itself, especially imperial Europe, so I'm talking about 19th, 20th century Europe, as in a billiard ball model. All the agency comes from Europe. You have a billiard being played, and at the other end of the story are colonies, which are at the receiving end of European actions and just places to which European ideas, values are being exported, and then they have to be either taken on or not, but then the colonies or the ex-colonial world, former colonial world, is either lagging behind in time behind Europe, or it just lacks. There are certain things that are absent, right? So that's the lags and lacks model in which one thinks of the other. I would like to think instead of Europe itself as a product of its own imperial history, and I think Salman Rushdie in Midnight's Children has a character who says it the best. He says it about the British, but I think you can say it about Europeans as a whole. He says, the British know so little about their own history because most of it happened overseas. And I think one needs to think about Dutch history, French history, British history as not just happening within the narrow confines of the nation state in Europe, but as a part of the imperial history with which they remade the world.
So this is a way of actually looking at Europe, but from the outside.
But also from the inside. Because it's basically saying there is in that sense no outside. It's asking us to rethink the boundaries. So if I were to put on my academic hat for a moment, I would say the question it's asking us methodologically is, what is the unit of analysis in which we want to analyze a problem? And it's not necessarily the nation state in which you're thinking about outside or inside. It's asking you to think about connections, movements, processes which were asymmetrically connected. So connection doesn't mean reciprocity, right? There is an asymmetry to the connections, but there is a connection nevertheless, and that relationship shapes both sides of it.
Is there an argument that, in fact, European history is looking outside into national histories? Because I think of the history of my own department here at the European University, and that was formed as, the whole idea of a European history in that context was meant to take the emphasis off national history. So that was another way of looking, from the outside in. But this is a really different view that you're offering. It's not just outside in, it's the fact that Europe is making itself in relationship to its empires. So what we think of Europe is defined as much from its imperial practices as from what happens outside it.
That's right, because Europe itself is a product of those practices. So just think of a very simple practice of identification, fingerprinting. This is a technique which the British develop in India. Right. Think of cadastral mapping of land. This is a practice which the French developed in French colonies in Algeria and bring it back. Even a discipline like English literature is something which is developed in India, because until then, in British schools and universities, there is no discipline called English literature. You are being taught classics. Right. So it's in the colonies that you need to develop this discipline in order to cultivate a certain European sensibility for the colonial subject. And that English literature then comes back to Britain as the discipline of English literature. So very elementary kinds of practices. But the other way to think about this is to think about the fact that European practices in the colonies were in breach of most of European values. So Europe practiced secularism at home and proselytized, missionized Christianity in the colonies. It instituted universal citizenship rights at home at the same time as it instituted a grammar of racial differences in the colony. So if you look at Europe from the colonial angle, today from a post-colonial world, what you will see is European values being practiced more in breach than in practice. But right. To answer your question on nationalism, and maybe that's an interesting point, because a lot of the values which were part of the anti-colonial struggle, and those were the beginnings of nationalism. So there was an emancipatory nationalism in the global south because it was an anti-colonial nationalism, but it also took a lot of European values of equality, of liberty, right? The values which are exactly not practiced in the colonies, but these were the values which were then turned against the colonizer. And that gives you a sense, if you're looking today at, because the Ukraine war has been overshadowing a lot of our discussions, if you try to think of why there were so many abstentions from India, from so many of the African countries, it's because they see two imperial projects in collision with one another, and they see a lot of the hypocrisy which Putin is really instrumentalizing. But that version of European imperialism resonates with the historical experience of so much of the world.
And I'll bring you in a second, Beatrice, because I think your work is really interesting in another way in terms of looking at Europe in the world. But just to follow up on that point a little bit, so is the lesson to learn, if we're going to be very strict about taking lessons for the future from the past, is the lesson to learn that we need to tell new kinds of stories about Europe and its paradoxes? Is that perhaps the lesson?
Yes, I think that is a lesson to be learned because, for example, one story that one could tell, which is the usual story told about the birth of the European Union, is it's born out of the destruction of the Second World War, where European nation states fought against one another, right? But first of all, they fought against one another using a lot of troops from the colonies who are written out of the history of the Second World War, usually even the First World War, to be honest. But if you leave that aside, the lesson one could learn is that you could tell a different story of the origin of the European Union, and that would change then the relationship to the non-European world, and that is the European Union is former imperial powers who are coming to terms with the loss of their imperial power, therefore their colonial markets, which were the markets they were using to enrich themselves, both with raw materials, cheap labor, and supplying products to those markets. So it now needs to create an alternative, all of these imperial powers, former imperial powers coming together. So that's another way of thinking about the birth of Europe, which would then allow you to think of two things. One, what kinds of trade relations do you want with the former colonies? Can we really have a project which is a more equalizing project where these protectionist trade relations are and asymmetrical trade relations are changed? And secondly, what does it mean for migration? Because it would then open the whole question of the I mean, in a sense, for many of the former European imperial powers, migration is about the chickens of empire coming home to roost.
I mean, I do think we'll keep talking about this. We'll come back to nationalism and demography, but the stories that one tells and their power are just. It reminds me of the other day I was at I was in Edinburgh Castle, and the First Minister of Scotland was there opening a new Scottish Council of Global Affairs, and its role is meant to be to kind of present Scotland to the world. And she talked about Scottish history in terms of its role in slavery. And it was a very powerful moment because she was articulating a role for Scotland in the world in terms of acknowledging the past and the way in which Scotland had had its own kind of history in terms of exploitation of other people, and and she built on that to say, but we could take a more responsible role in the future, acknowledging our past. So I think it's a really interesting way of thinking about history and what it can do.
Absolutely right. So it's about acknowledgement, of course, recognition of injustice, and I think that's where we have made some progress, because symbolically we've seen a lot of apologies being tendered, or but materially we haven't seen much of reparations, either in terms of financial transfers or in terms of even the historical art objects, etc., which are in European museums. But I think the question there of slavery it's an interesting question, because it's not just about material reparations. The question is a much larger one. The 19th and 20th century of forced displacement, which was slavery, or indentured labor, which followed then the abolition of slavery, was a European project of repopulating the world, but across different continents. So the European powers were charting out population movements and moving people from Africa to the Caribbean, from India to Suriname, or so from very many, or Europeans themselves moving into Latin America, leaving Europe white. And I think what you see today is you have mobility, but it's not any longer under European control. So I think there was a whole demographic change. I mean, it was on a planetary scale, remaking the entire demography of the world, which was part of the imperial project as well. It's not just a project about extraction, exploitation of labor, exploitation of natural resources, but it's also, in order to industrialize and to prosper, but it's also a project about forced movement of people across continents, which is something, so these histories need to be remembered in order to understand that the movement of people today can only be seen against and understood against that background.
Okay. Well, Beatrice, maybe I can bring you in now, because you also, as I said, look at Europe in a broader context, and that is an international one, and which empire figures. But we both hang out in the 19th century quite a bit, as well as the 20th. So perhaps you can tell us a bit more about your perspective on thinking about Europe's past and thinking about the future.
Yes, thank you very much, Glenda, and thank you, Professor Radarian. I think it's time at the end of this day also to come up with a truism. There is no such thing as Europe. Europe was not invented in the destruction of the Second World War. It was invented in the 19th century as a series of empires that did not want to wage war anymore and wanted to work together to colonize the rest of the world. So it was invented in the 19th century by empires, and Europe has never lost this heterogeneous, this hierarchical structure. There are countries that are more important, that are more relevant than other countries in Europe. They think so themselves, at least. And then within the European institutions, so you have the governmental, the member states of Europe, where very much still the power of Europe lays. You also have the federal institutions, also something that was already set up before the Second World War. But those federal institutions, they give away in times of crisis. So crises are windows of opportunity. After crisis, the federal institutions are reinforced. But what we saw happening during the COVID crisis, but even before, during the Greek debt crisis, the financial crisis, and now again during the crisis in Ukraine, what you see happening is that, for example, the European institutional arrangement, the European peace facility, that gives away $1.5 billion, 1.5 billion euros to Ukraine, that's not being controlled by the European Parliament. So it's the countries of Europe, and not all the countries, not 27 countries, only the big countries, only the ones that want to, behind the scenes, they discuss how much money and what they want to give to Ukraine, how they will deal with the vaccines, how they will deal with the debt. They arrange things behind the scenes, they carry it out. And my colleague Luc van Middelaar says, well, this shows the dynamics and the resilience of the European Union. But I also have a colleague, Sophie in 't Veld. She is a member of parliament in the European Union. She gave a brilliant interview in The Guardian, and she said the current crisis have only underlined how dysfunctional Europe is in terms of democratization. It still is an imperialistic, a trans-imperial conglomerate of big powers, great powers that call the shots. And the smaller countries, let alone the citizens, the societies of Europe, they cannot even control. There's no transparency. How has this sum of money, the 1.5 billion euros, she says, and she's a member of parliament, how has that been assigned? How has that been decided upon? We don't know. So she has already voiced, and others with her, several calls to come up with new rounds of democratization and integration. It hasn't happened, and that's an historical process of Europe which goes back to the 19th century. It still very much is a product of 19th century hierarchical thinking, in as much as it functions through times of crisis. So it's a paradox. I'm not against the European, not at all, but what you see here is a balance of great power politics, balance of power within Europe, and attempts that are thwarted to further democratize Europe.
So Beatrice, I'm going to be a bit more provocative maybe and say, are there any good stories to tell?
Sorry,
are there any good stories to tell?
There's a lot of good stories to tell. Yes, I mean, it depends on how you look upon it. For the people in Ukraine, it's a brilliant story that von der Leyen and the rulers of the states with her came up and said, yeah, we will go to impose sanctions, we'll go to spend all that money, and we'll go to invest more in European cooperation in terms of arms and deliveries to Ukraine. It's a very good story for the people of Ukraine. And other good stories are the way Europe worked together to produce vaccines. So the thing is, how do you measure what a good story is? So there's so many good stories to tell, and I do that to my students, but we also need to take account of this, I wouldn't call it a dark side of European politics, but there's no accountability, there's no transparency, there's no real democratic control. For example, as I said, the good story is that Europe produced vaccines. European countries worked together with American countries and other countries. But for example, when it was discovered that von der Leyen had exchanges with great pharmaceutical giant Pfizer, in any European country, the leader of government would have been called to parliament to explain this behavior. And Europe, it's not going to happen. So if we talk about outside perspective, about decolonization, we need to start within Europe itself and talk about the lack of democratization. And my point is that in times of crisis, you need a hands-on mentality, a can-do mentality, within a refugee crisis, for example. And in such times, the democratization, the accountability, the transparency gives away.
So, but in your most recent book on peacemaking after the Napoleonic Wars, you do actually tell some good stories, right? You do tell some stories about things that Europeans invented in that context. Because I've been thinking about it because of the war in Ukraine. And have you been thinking about the relevance at all of the kind of peace architecture that you've written about in the past and what it might do for us now?
You want to end this day with good stories. I can see that, Glenda.
Some good stories.
No, there's so many good stories to tell. You told it yourself in International Order. I worked on it, numerous other people. The biggest, the most important book on how the norms and institutions of Europe have been transformed towards more collective security and peace is Paul Schroeder's, The Transformation of Europe. And that's also a process that started in 1815 via 1918, 1945, up until the present day, which saw an increase, a progressive kind of history, if you like, of even more platforms of deliberation, Jennifer Mitson calls it, instances of arbitration, working together. The whole term collective mutual security meant that the great powers at least were accountable to each other. So no hegemon like Napoleon could run the day. They at least had to account against each other. And they were made to pay, morally pay, financially pay after 1815, after 1918. So waging war would cost them dearly, and they knew it. But the point is, if we talk history, you can see history as an ever-growing process towards more progress in history, and a liberal version of history, the Whiggish interpretation of history. And I think, Glenda, all those good stories set aside, perhaps we have to go back to history, to go back to the good stories, because today what we see is a kind of an unraveling of the good stories.
Because I guess, to go back to Shalini's point, you know, even when you tell that good story, you need to tell the story about how it's still a story about empire. So whenever those things are going on, they're going on to the benefit of some people and some states, but not others. And in fact, they build hierarchies into them. And so that you have a kind of a new international order. And I think, you know, the international order question is interesting because of now, you know, Anne Applebaum is saying there's no liberal world order anymore, so democracies have to arm and use their weapons, right? Because there's no rule of law. But, you know, your history is about the kind of invention of rule of law, which at the same time is embedded in an imperial you know, structure, so that it's not separate from the history that Shalini's talking about.
If you tell those good stories, and you need to tell them, and you also need to stress the element of progress that is in there, because telling history to students also always needs to have this element of hope. We need to be able to envision progress. A very good case in point is the last book by Boyd van Dijk on the making of the Geneva Conventions. And he is rereading, historicizing the Conventions of Geneva, very apt reading in this time of war. And he says the codification of the rule of law in times of war versus prisoners of war, for example, civilians in colonial areas, it was something that the great powers of Europe did. The US, Britain, France, and some Swiss officials and Red Cross officials, and they explicitly left out colonial peoples, they left out Japan, Germany, because they were the vanquished. So it was a very small elite set of nations that codified international law. So the good thing is they did it. And they came up with so many things that were from then on prohibited, or at least sanctioned, or at least frowned upon, if you like. But what they did not do, they did not take into the Geneva Conventions aerial bombing, because the Americans want to claim that as their prerogative. They did not include in the Geneva Conventions the treatment of colonial saboteurs or rebels in colonial areas, because they want to have their hands free in the colonial areas. Neither did they include, very important also with a look on today's crisis, neither did they include gender issues, rape as an instrument of war. It was not included in the Geneva Convention. It still is a problem, a very big problem, because the Soviet Union ratified the conventions, but there's nothing in it on indiscriminate aerial bombings or on rape. And why was that not included in the convention? The good story is there is conventions, lots of things were codified, a humanization of warfare was underway, but what we have now is a very flawed system of conventions, because it was made and decided upon by the great powers that had their interests. So it's still very much an imperial framework, which all its flaws included, both for colonial peoples, but also for women, for example, in Europe, in Ukraine.
I'm going to take questions in a minute, so get them ready. But I just want to come back to you, Shalini, and thinking about the stories one can tell. So we've got a decolonizing story or stories. We've got stories that are about invention and progress, but that we need to tell again to see what, what broader framework that is being established by virtue of the invention of those new instruments of even peacemaking in that case. And is there a way then also of telling stories or retelling the story of Europe from an external lens where Europe isn't always the agent, but actually Europe borrows from other places? And I was thinking, we were discussing earlier, the history of federalism and, the mid-20th century. And I think, that whole story of Nehru is a really important one, isn't it?
The question of the Indian Constitution and how it is a precursor. It was among I think it's probably the first constitution in 1950, which has protective discrimination for ethnic minorities, religious minorities. So they're ethnic in the Indian case, they're defined in terms of castes, the lowest castes, which have suffered historical injustice in India and discrimination, as well as religious minorities. So there are special provisions of protective discriminations or quotas, they're called reservations in the Indian Constitution, for these groups. It's a precursor to any positive discrimination policy that we know of, because it's basically making the argument you cannot treat equally those who have been historically treated unequally. So yes, one could definitely make a point that, for example, referenda and direct democracy, there are many good Latin American examples much before the discussion in Europe started. So we could look for certain kinds of models of, for example, Nehru is the first, I think, who comes up with the phrase unity in diversity. The Europeans have discovered it of late. The European Union, I should say, has discovered it of late as its motto. But this is part of the Indian national movement's idea of an extremely heterogeneous country, multicultural, multi-religious, multilingual. So not modeled on a European 19th century nation state, which was supposed to be totally homogeneous in terms of religion. It's one religion, one language, one ethnic group which inhabits a certain territory. So India was exactly the opposite of that model, and so Nehru says we need to have an understanding of unity in this diversity. So we have examples which we could think about of federal systems. I don't want to say
even imaginaries, right? I mean, I'm thinking,
yes.
So Beatrice, just to tell you, because she hasn't talked about it, but Beatrice is very interested in how, wars open up windows of opportunity. It sounds a bit cannibalistic, but it's actually, it is true that historically, if you go back and you look at wars, you see that in these crisis moments, opportunities open up and they're grabbed. They really are grabbed. So Europe, the idea of Europe and the European Union comes out of that. But, in that post-Second World War moment of 45, I think there's an Indian imaginary of unification that Nehru thinks of as the model for Europe, just as other countries, the US thinks the same, of course. But I do think, adding that, making Europe part of the world in that kind of way is also, that's an entangled history of a kind, right?
It is an entangled history, and it's interesting because people like Gandhi, for example, are not thinking in exclusionary terms. It's a very universalist imagination. So Gandhi has this one very interesting idea where he says, the kind of house that I want to build is a house that should have a very firm fundament in my traditions, but it should have open doors and windows so that the winds of the world can blow through it and have a place in it. So this is the imaginary of a new nation. So it's not a narrow nationalism at all of any kind.
That's an extraordinary metaphor.
It is a wonderful.
I think the European Union should borrow it and acknowledge it.
And acknowledge it. No, but he also says something interesting, because we were talking about history. He says, only a nation without history is a happy nation.
Wonderful. Okay, again, so then we have to dismantle the European House of History.
Can I
we've got some questions we're going to start taking. Online, Anna Dolska asks, what about the part of Europe that did not colonize anyone, but was the object of colonization? there are voices that the attitude of the old Europe toward the new Europe resembles the colonial paternalism. Could you reflect on this? Would someone like to take the Beatrice, go ahead.
Yes, I don't know if Anna Dulska is in the audience or at home, but I really love this question because it highlights the tension between unification of a country, of a federation on the one hand, and colonization on the other hand. And you think colonization has to do with colonizing peoples abroad. No, what we could also, and should also discuss is internal colonization. Because what else is integration if internal colonization over the heads of peoples, of minorities, of citizens that feel that they did not get a say in the unification process? I'm from a small country in Europe, the Netherlands. The Netherlands counts as a country amongst the founding fathers of Europe. Yet in the Netherlands there's so much talk and so much resentment as well today vis-à-vis the big players of Europe who call the shots, the Germans, the French. The Netherlands always had a kind of an alliance with the British in order to counterbalance the French and the Germans. They don't have that anymore. So there's quite some resentment in my country vis-à-vis the big, great powers in Europe. So the tension in Europe is that on the one hand, we have this high, idealistic, bureaucratic framework which says that human security of every citizen counts, that every nation state has the same self-determination, has the same say in European matters. But we all know, and that's why I'm an historian and not a legal scholar, the law and moral and idealistic framework set aside, historical reality is always different. And historical reality in Europe is behind the scenes still pretty much 19th century hierarchically dominated. And the point in this question is the part of Europe that did not colonize but was object to colonization. It's not just the new Europe, the East European countries, it's also smaller countries in Western Europe, and it's also peoples that do not feel represented by their elites. We have rulers of member states of Europe that have not even been elected according to the proper democratic rules of their own country. So how can they then represent their societies in Europe? I'm looking in the face of this beautiful painting, The Fourth Estate by Valpredo. This is the social movement. It's the movement of people in Europe that claimed their say. And brings me back to my former point, we cannot discuss unification without discussing democratization, and we have to accept that there is this internal colonization which is still going on and has not been acknowledged. So I completely agree with Anna Dulska. Yes, people do feel colonized, countries do feel repressed by the big players. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't. I mean, decisions have to be made, but it's always a very obfuscated process, and it's very difficult to be honest and clear and transparent about this in Europe.
Shirley, do you want to have a go?
So I want to take up a point which Beatrice just made, because I think she has a wonderful answer to this one, and that is the question of democratization. Because I think today, because of the debate within the EU has shifted so much to Hungary and Poland as the countries with, especially Hungary, Orban's self-proclamation of being an illiberal democracy, etc. But I think if you remember just a few years ago, 10 years ago, there was a whole debate on the democratic deficit in Europe. And the democratic deficit in Europe goes towards very much what you were just alluding to. And I think that debate, we need to come back to some of the democratic deficits in Europe, some that you pointed out to, some that are, I think Anna is pointing out too, about this feeling of asymmetry and of being treated paternalistically. And I have another aspect to it, which is, think of someone like me. I've been living in Europe for 39 years. I'm a taxpayer in 3 European countries. I have political representation in none. So we are really back with people like me, millions in Europe, who are documented migrants and migrants who are enjoying social and political and economic rights, but without any political rights. And I think that's a huge democratic deficit at every level, from the nation-state level to the European level. And I really think the EU should think about European citizenship rights, because someone like me who's been living across so many European countries, I don't feel like an Austrian or a German, But I do feel like a European on many things where I would very strongly say there are extremely good stories to be told about Europe. One of them would be the story of the social welfare state. The other would be the story of liberal democracy. And I think there are enormous achievements which need to be really safeguarded. So neither illiberal democracy nor the dismantling under neoliberalism of the social welfare state are good stories. But the initial stories, the founding of those two quintessentially European institutions, is a very, very good story, right? And the problem, however, of the democratic deficit is that it is exclusionary in many forms, because it's basically not solving the contradiction, the tension, if you like, between exclusionary citizenship rights and universal human rights. And that is what we saw in what was termed the refugee crises in 2015 as well.
So an ongoing discussion about citizenship that might draw on the history of citizenship in a European context. Do we have any questions from the audience before I keep asking my own? So I'm doing this because I can't see because of the light.
We can't see well from here.
It's getting later in the day. This is your chance to ask two very well-informed scholars about the past. Any question?
Yes, hi. My name is Apurv. I'm from India. As an outsider, I've been fascinated with the fascination that the European imagination has with the idea of a nation state. And I was hoping both of you could help me understand why is it that Europe is fascinated with this idea? Because if you look at how history unfolded, Europe was never a collection of nation states. It went from being a collection of empires to straight away, almost overnight, being part of a pan-European Union. So if Europe was never a collection of nation states, why is it that the idea of a nation state is so central to the European imagination?
That's such a good question. You know,
that's a brilliant question.
In 1917, when there was kind of already anticipation of the post-First World War, and the whole idea of the principle of nationality was being sort of thrown around as kind of a raison d'etre for the war, as a rationale, that afterwards you would actually have that proclamation in the treaties, that it would give nationality. John Dewey, who was an American philosopher, actually said, but this is a bit weird because the key players, France, Britain, America, are not nation states, they're empires, and they're heterogeneous. They don't have homogenous populations, and yet they were, in fact, setting out already in 1917 studies with how they would remap Europe along ethno-national lines, the conquered parts of Europe. So, I think people have wondered that same thing before. But what do you think are the implications of this?
Yes, I could contribute with a thought that I'm developing these days in writing a new book about the revolutions of 1813, 1848. I know Chris Clark is also writing a book about this, but I'm also trying to rethink what happened in the 19th century. And your question is spot on. Europe always has been, global history always has been a movement of empires, of entangled histories of empires, Professor Randarian said. Today we continue to have empires in world politics. So why the nation state? Well, a perspective on this, a beginning of an answer could be that it is a compromise. The nation state is a compromise after the French Revolution of emperors that could no longer claim divine authority. Divine authority, the idea that they were ordained, called by God, was gone. And at the same time, they did not want to relinquish their power to popular sovereignty. But sovereignty has to rest somewhere. Sovereignty has to rest either in the king or in the people. Where does it have to rest? And between 1815, after the Congress of Vienna, and 1848, there was again a window of opportunity where the kings and the princes and the rulers of Europe knew we have to arrange ourselves with the modern era, with popular sovereignty. We do not want to relinquish our power to the people. What we can do, we can sort of claim that we relinquish power to the nation state. Charles Mayer called it the principle of territoriality, projected a completely idealistic utopian principle, because no state is a proper nation state, but projected upon a territorial entity of a power invested in the nation. And this was a way for kings to still claim their autocratic illiberal rule. For example, the King of the Netherlands and also the King of Belgium and even the July monarchy in France, what they did was they removed the elements from the French revolutionary constitution and saying, no, there's no such thing as the right of peoples or human rights or something like that. It's not there. We removed that from our constitution. The Dutch revolutionary constitution had a similar clause. And what the King of the Netherlands did, his first article, Article 1 of the new Dutch constitution, was the power of the nation state. So it was, you could say, it's a ploy, a compromise invented by the kings, accepted by the liberal elites to say we can still hold on to our territorial power and oppress and still make use of the fourth estate, don't have to give all the power away, and still can, as a nation state, conduct our business as usual. It could be an argument.
Shalini, what's your take?
So I would say two things. One, which I just said to begin with, that I think the EU needs to tell a different story about itself. The origin of the EU is not nation states after the Second World War wanting to make perpetual peace with one another, but it is a story of former empires who have lost imperial power, they've lost their territory, the markets overseas, and they're trying to come to a new economic formation because the origins are not purely political, the origins are a common market. Right. So let's think about that origin as well. So this is one story, and Tim Snyder has been, making this point very often to say the EU needs to come up with a different story about its origins. But the other point I wanted to make is, of course, within those empires, you did have a lot of discontent, which was, if you think of the Habsburg Empire, so you have a lot of, the Czech, the Hungarians, etc., wanting to form as ethnically homogeneous national entities within those empires, and the resistance, so to speak, to imperial rule was then under the imagination of a homogeneous nation state. So there is that as well. But the whole question, I think, of imperial power is an interesting one, because after all, the United States was a colony. It was a British colony, right? So the imperial status of the US is a post-war phenomena. So it's a late empire, which of course waged many imperial wars, and therefore a lot of this idea that nation states don't go to war if they have a certain kind of relationship with one, but all of these wars after the Second World War were being fought in the former colonies. Right. And therefore they're outside of the Western imagination.
Actually, but I have to say, because thinking about your point before about citizenship and wanting a European citizenship, it reminds me of the interest in telling new stories about the Habsburg Empire and its solution to the problem of the nation within empire and having two kinds of citizenship. So that's interesting.
It's a very interesting model of, and also a very interesting model of different kinds of minority rights which were accorded within, and what should be the criteria for according minority rights in the Habsburg Empire is very interesting.
We're going to come back to the Habsburg Empire and Hungary in a minute. We've got another question online. Max Stoyer asks, in your view, does the EU need more competences to set common standards for education on democracy, including critical coming to terms with Europe's past? Could it increase the chances of having more good stories one day? I've got a story to tell about that, but why don't you two have a go?
Well, the question is about what von Wyk Brooks, it's a famous American historian who wrote about it decades ago, called the usable past. So you can write history for history's sake, for historiography, for the scholars. You can also write history to help society come to terms with its past, improve its morals, what have you. And what we see today is that many countries in Europe, in Eastern Europe, but also Russia today use history massively to produce good stories for the people. It's what Putin does all the time. He reinvents history, he rewrites history, he uses the Tsars, Tsar Alexander II, Tsar Nicolaïdis II, he uses them all the time to kind of convey to his audience the idea, we've been there, we can do it again, we are entitled, we have the right to invade Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't even have a proper history. So the danger of, and what I'm saying here is, of course, that the danger in using history to produce good stories is a highly moralistic question, a normative question. And if it's a normative question, who is in charge of the norm? Who makes that story and who conveys it to the children at school? So first thing nowadays, after colonial or other kinds of small wars, disputes, etc., is that officials go there in those areas with new school books and new textbooks. There's even a whole discipline in reworking through history to offer to the children a decolonized and a more peaceful way of mediating and disseminating history. But the point is, if we leave that floor to the European Commission or the European Parliament, whose history will then be written? Is that something that you can indeed impose from above? I don't think so. On the other hand, you could set good standards of historiographical handwork, which already helps to improve and sift the problematic propagandistic facts from the real facts, for example.
I'm going to actually ask you to answer this question and include the story of the CEU, because you could argue that, you know, it was created and established, the Central European University, by someone who wanted an institution that might do this, tell new kinds of stories, to actually, you know, set Europe on a better foundation. And the fact that it's, you know, it recently had to, or was forcibly displaced, I think was the term you used. Twice. What, you know, is that part of what we need to address? I mean, what does that tell us about how powerful can these efforts be? You know, these attempts to not revolutionize the view, but, you know, to try to build new kinds of institutions and practices that might create better foundations for an idea of Europe.
So this is a very, very important question, and I'll just come back to it in a minute. I just wanted to say one thing to Apurva, which I forgot, and Apurva, there may be a Foucauldian answer to your question, and which is to think in terms of biopolitics, because it is the nation state, which was the unit, which was thinking in terms of biopolitics, of what is the population, which needs to be cared for and power to be exercised over, and that was not an imperial power, it was a very national nation-state power, which in Foucauldian terms we can see as productive power, but that was also only in nation-state terms. So I think that would be one other way of looking at the whole question of nation-state versus empires. To the education question. This is a very complex question. I think Beatrice had some very interesting pointers. One good standard which I can think of in Europe, and then I come to the particular question of the Central European University. So, for example, I think one exercise which I have seen, which I was very taken up with, was the effort after the Second World War of the German and the Polish historians to come together to write history textbooks together. So they are not telling the same story. They cannot possibly tell the same story, but they are telling this story after consulting very long with one another about this extremely fraught history of Germany and Poland, and how to tell this story in school textbooks together. And I think it's a very good example of how to think about it. So I don't know if it should go to the EU level, but I think we should certainly think about efforts where there are so many histories of violence, of war, of conflict, of injustice. Could we tell a better story on both sides, which would promote understanding rather than promote resentment? So I think that is something which I think could be a common standard for democratization, which is not only European, but it could, you know, India and Pakistan would be a very, very good field to exercise that same model. The Central European University is a very particular instance of a university which has been forcibly displaced twice. It was set up in Prague originally, which people have forgotten, and was forcibly displaced out of Prague the first time, then in Budapest, and had to move because of the new law which Orban brought, which made it impossible. It created so much legal uncertainty about the functioning of the university, and it's a story that we had dealt with here. My colleague Eva Fodor in one of the sessions, so I won't go into it again. The question is, the idea was to set up an institution which was a regional, which should have a regional reach. Universities are very national institutions everywhere. So the EUI is an exception, and the Central European University is an exception. Otherwise, universities are on the whole, as institutions, producing national elites. And the idea after '89, which George Soros, but also Václav Havel was one of the people who was Ghebreyesus, Havel, this was this whole generation of Eastern European intellectuals and politicians who came together to say, let's have a regional university which is able to attract students from all over Eastern and Central Europe, to stop the brain drain from this area, bring back a lot of Eastern European, Central European scholars who have gone in exile to the US and to other parts of Europe, and train a new generation in values of open society and democracy, rule of law, human rights. And the question we need to ask ourselves is, why is that mission such a danger in some places? Why is it that this university is perceived as a threat? It's a threat to the illiberal project. And therefore, I think the fact that it was forced to leave and come to Vienna, where it is now, to shift all its teaching, is certainly a lesson that we need to think about very carefully, because one lesson to be learned, I think, from there would be the European Union did not see the dangers soon enough. And the question is, what kind of instruments do we need to look at when the red lines are being crossed, so that it's not too late before you can do anything about it? And I think that's a bitter lesson to be learned from the fact that the CU was forcibly displaced.
Thank you. I think that's really important. We've got a question in the audience. We've got 1 minute and 42 seconds. Eric, do you want to ask it? Let's hear it. You do 33 now. Is there a mic is there a mic?
Yeah, no, thank you guys so much for this panel. I guess my question is just a really simple one. As we look at the conflict in Ukraine right now, don't we see the power of nationalism? I mean, they have the most motivated military you could possibly imagine. I have a second question, if I may, which is nationalism everywhere the same? You mentioned nationalism as a legitimating force, but John Connolly's written a brilliant book about nationalism in Central and Eastern Europe, and it's always a force to rebel against authority. So I wonder if it's always the same.
Maybe, Shalini, this is a good time to make quickly both of you.
So Eric, this is exactly the double point I was making, to say nationalism in the colonies was an emancipatory nationalism because it was an anti-imperial nationalism. Nationalism in Central Europe, this is what I was saying about the Habsburg, was also a force which was a force of resistance against empire. So in the Ukrainian case, you see a very, very powerful nationalism in the service of an anti-imperial Russian aggression. So you can have that as well. What you must remember is, if it is coupled with ethnic belonging as the core of that nationalism, there is a danger of a very dark side to it as well.
I worry the stage is going to explode in 2 seconds because the time is going. Beatrice.
Yeah, very briefly, you're completely right, but nationalism always also is a way and a means of a people to assert their legitimacy, their power vis-a-vis the rulers. Imperial, so it's always also a story of imperialism, of autocratic rule, with nationalism as a way and a means to give people more power. But it can, as you said, always also end out in a more darker version of that. A very beautiful quote of one of my famous historians, I do have many international historians amongst my favorites, but Huizinga is a very good one. And he said, history is the way of a nation reckoning with its past and reckoning with its common destiny at the same time, which makes it very dangerous. The common destiny, does it include others or not? It also is a way in which you can see that nationalism is a power that you can never oppress.
So I think that's a perfect ending. History is destiny, and we're well over time. So I want to thank our speakers. We can clap them now, and then I'll tell you what's coming next. So for those of you who want to hang around, we now have the closing remarks. Message from Luigi Di Maio, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy. So that's going to screen any minute. Thank you very much. I think we have to leave the stage though and give it over to the Foreign Minister. It's terrible on the stage. You can't, the echo is, I can't hear. I don't know how many times I went. I think we were just 1 minute.
It's an honor for me to return to the State of Union Conference. I thank the organizers for their invitation. Much has changed since I last had the opportunity to speak at this event. The Russian aggression against Ukraine has marked a shift in European history and international scenario. Our responsibility today is to face this storm and build the foundation for a stronger European Union in a peaceful Europe. In my remarks, I will address first the situation in Ukraine. Second, I will focus on the challenges to a peaceful, stable and secure Europe in the medium and long term, with special attention to the relations with our neighbors. Third, I will touch upon what we need to make our union future-proof, capable for dealing with global challenges. First, the situation in Ukraine. We must show unity in face of the Russian Federation's unprovoked and unjustified military attack against Ukraine. We condemn it in the strongest terms and reaffirm our unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its international recognized borders. Together as Europe, we must pressure Moscow and assist Ukraine. The timely adoption of unprecedented EU sanctions, a sixth package is currently under discussion, as well as of assistance measures to Ukraine through the European Peace Facility, has demonstrated that when the strategic visions of member states converge, the EU can act quickly and effectively. We should couple these efforts with a firm support for all occasions of peaceful engagement between Kyiv and Moscow. Italy stands ready to become a guarantor state in the framework of a possible Russian-Ukrainian treaty envisaging Kyiv's neutrality. As we have done during the pandemic emergency, when the European Union has been able to respond swiftly and jointly, we have the opportunity today to give a boost to the European project by building our strategic autonomy in key areas such as health, energy or defense. On the latter, for instance, it is crucial to sustain the implementation of the strategic compass. A stronger European defense will be key to Euro-Atlantic and global security in complementarity with NATO. Such union of defense should develop within the framework of a strengthened European foreign policy aimed at safeguarding our common interests and our common values grounded on respect of human rights, rule of law and democracy, also through an even more solid transatlantic bond. Second, beyond and in light of the crisis in Ukraine, there are mid- and long-term challenges we need to face to ensure security, peace and development in Europe, starting with the type of relationship we want European Union to have with its neighbors and with the rest of the world. Many of our neighbors are voicing their intention to become part of the EU. The European enlargement process remains our most powerful tool to foster stabilization and reforms in our neighborhood. Kyiv's bid to be a part of the European Union is fully legitimate, as Ukraine belongs to the European family. Italy supports a European path for Ukraine, which will imply necessary reforms. As we look forward to the Commission's response to identify the next steps, Italy stands ready to offer Ukraine the technical assistance needed during this process. The tragic events in Ukraine are also having repercussions in the Western Balkans, where third-party actors could intensify their destabilizing action. Accession requests from Ukraine, Georgia and Moldova are raising strong expectations in countries that have long been aspiring to enter the EU and that now fear to be sidelined. For this reason, it is crucial to give new impetus to the enlargement process, starting with the adoption of the negotiating frameworks with Albania and North Macedonia. The Ukrainian crisis is also causing a massive influx of refugees and displaced persons. Migration was already a challenge for the EU and its member states. In this regard, a comprehensive and effective management of migratory flows based on cooperation and burden sharing would allow us to take advantage of the potential benefits and to curb irregular migration and human trafficking. Our goal should be to build comprehensive and mutually beneficial partnerships among countries of origin, transit and destination of migrants, based on the principle of shared ownership. Third, global challenges require us to make the European Union more resilient. With a view to help citizens and businesses dealing with such challenges, we should also take into account that European economies are interdependent and national investments are repaid by modernization of the entire Union. This is the objective of the Next Generation EU Recovery Plan, focusing on the green and digital transitions through common resources. A transition is also needed in social policies and rights to ensure that our growth model remains just and inclusive. Therefore, national recovery and resilience plans are essential for achieving Europe's sustainability and resilience targets. Italy is at the forefront in implementing its national plan and is determined to keep up with these commitments. With further efforts and unity of purpose, these three transitions launched in the different circumstances of the pandemic could also help us tackle the new war and post-war scenario. With special regard to the green transition, in the long run, the Green Deal shall allow us to get rid of fossil fuels, achieve climate neutrality, and make our economy less dependent on energy imports. However, in the short term, we must work together at 27 to ensure alternative sources of supply. This requires strategic changes in the EU policy. The Union is responding with unity and solidarity to ensure European energy security in front of the crisis in Ukraine, by promoting new common mechanisms such as collective purchases of gas and common minimum storage requirements, and evaluating interventions on energy markets. In this regard, Italy supports the possibility to put a cap on gas prices. EU leaders also agreed to phase out the EU dependency on Russian gas, oil and coal imports as soon as possible. Italy has already strengthened cooperation with alternative energy suppliers while keeping its long-term commitment to the green transition, which remains the ultimate solution, combining resilience, autonomy and sustainability. In conclusion, I recall that all the issues we are discussing today have been on focus in the framework of the Conference on the Future of Europe. This unprecedented democratic exercise has been crucial to involve citizens in the reforms needed to make our union fit for the next generation. As the conference's closure approaches, EU institutions and member states are called to implement our citizens' recommendations. Italy is firmly committed to do so. These recommendations will contribute to shape the EU policies in terms of substance as well as in terms of procedures and functioning mechanisms. We will have to use all options under the current treaties to implement them without ruling out the possibility of treaty revisions if necessary. I refer, for instance, to the opportunity to extend qualified majority voting in areas such as the common foreign and security policy, where decisions are now taken by unanimity. The European Union is a unique construction, a beacon of rights and civilization. In line with these values, we must adjust it to current and future scenarios and global challenges. As political leaders, as citizens, as Europeans, we cannot miss the opportunity to make it fit to the next generation. Thank you very much.
Woo. And thank you very much, Luigi Di Maio there, the Foreign Affairs Minister for Italy. And that brings SOTU 2020 to an end. Thank you so much to our audience here, you're about 400, and to our online audience, who are about 4,000 who've been joining us here today. So thank you so much, you've been fantastic. Thanks for the great questions. We've had a lot of food for thought today, so thank you so much for what's been an incredible two-day event here in Florence. And a big thank you, of course, to all those who made SOTU 2022 possible, all those working behind the scenes, the technicians, the interpreters, all the staff here, the city of Florence as well, and of course the scientific committee as well of the EUI, the brains who've been putting this whole event, this great programme together. And of course, thanks to all our moderators and our great panellists. It's been a fantastic SOTU 2020. For those that are here in Florence, enjoy your evening. And those who are watching us online, take care and keep writing and talking about the future of the European Union.